And we're live. This is weird. I'm using StreamYard tonight because I still have Starlink hooked up. Hopefully tomorrow it'll be hooked up, but we'll see. Anyway, let's say hi to everybody. Now, we had a little confusion at first because without thinking, I started on OBS and realized OBS isn't going to work under Comcast because their speeds suck. So I had to shut it down and start StreamYard. So technically, Truck Schreiber got the cookie. He was the first one. But I'm going to make an exception tonight and award 2 cookies. So Chuck Schreiber, you get the first cookie, and Tom Grassi, you get the second cookie, the whole cookie. Just technically, you're the first one in StreamYard. So both y'all should enjoy your cookies. It is what it is. And the half cookie goes out to John Nippenberg of Landmark Yards. John, enjoy that half cookie. Good to see you here. And let's see who's next. Looks like Colorado's Spike Man 94. Spike Man, your channel got a little longer. Anyway, you get the crumbs, so enjoy the crumbs. Good to see you here. GRE 2057, Jesse, good to see you. Glad you're here. And Dundas Junction Model Railroad, James, good to see you. Hot Dog Pilot Andy, good to see you too. Let's see who else is here. And we're scrolling. Curly Express, Dwight, good to see you here, man. Yeah, let's see, and that's it for now. So we're doing pretty good. I hope the stream is looking okay. I don't know. I've got my monitor over here. Of course, there's a delay, so it's difficult to see if it's good or not. Hopefully everything's good. Sound is good. Picture is good. And we can get through the evening without any problems. I did do a speed check. Let me do it one more time for fun. The last one was pretty good, but the ones prior to that were terrible. So we'll see what happens. Well, looks like it went back to shit again. It looks like we're running about 197 down. Oh, no. 204 down. And at least the up speed's good. 30. Well, start out 37. Dropping down to 23, 25. Looks like 27 is going to be the upload speed. It's reasonable. We should get a decent stream of that if it keeps up. And that's a big if. Anyway, it's been an interesting week. I got a little bit done. I've been working on the drop-down arm over here, pass-through. We're going to go deep into that in a little bit. I got a different camera set up to get a better look of it, but we'll get to that in a minute. Well, thanks, John. Perfect sound and picture. Cool. There's Chuck Schreiber. Chuck, you did get the cookie even though you were the first one on the OBS stream, but I'd forgotten I had to shut it down. So both you and Tom Grass are each getting a cookie tonight. Enjoy those cookies. Hey, Darren Hamill, how you doing? Good to see you here. So weird because I'm not used to, used to be StreamYard was free and it had some of the features. You could do your intro and outro and you could, we still always do guests and your banner. It's all included in the free thing. Now the free system doesn't allow you to do hardly shit except for your banner and your main screen. So I couldn't do an intro or outro and I go, this sucks. I got to have my intro and outro. So fortunately they had a 7-day trial period for $1, which I got. And that's why I'm able to, I got multiple cameras and stuff now. So that kind of worked out pretty good. But probably tomorrow I'll shit can it because, it's expensive, like $40 a month. Screw that. Or whatever the hell it is. I mean, I saw it's $40 and and then months. So I'm thinking that's a lot of money for a month, more than that. Yes, Comcast is going to shit. But it is what it is. And now tomorrow, Friday, the installer for Starlink, it's a third-party installer, he's supposed to be here. They were supposed to send me an email today. Didn't get the email. And then they're supposed to call tomorrow to give me a timeline when they'll be here. And then tracking information so I could track their installer's whereabouts. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not so sure I believe any of that crap. If they don't show up, I'm going to have to hire somebody to install this thing because I simply can't do it, you know. But I'm hoping that somebody will, in fact, show up tomorrow, get the damn thing hooked up so I can shit can, the other guys, and hopefully we'll be back in business normally. So, actually between 12 and 5, John, is when they're supposed to show. We'll see. And Thomas says, Jim, I run into an intro and outro video on StreamYard, but I do not use their feature. I will explain it next time we talk. Okay. There probably is a way to do it, but I didn't have time to fool with it. I had kind of a busy day today, and I had to try and get everything up and running. And rather than just screw around, if you're $1, I can afford $1, So I got all the features for now. We'll see. It's generous. I wouldn't go that far. But I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Got in there. I kind of got a late start. It was 12:30. In the afternoon. Shit, I better get the show set up. And I get out there, flip everything on, flip on the air conditioner because it's been a little hot down here. Go figure. And then I start going through the motions to do OBS, get the overlay set up and all that. And, it's about a 10-minute ordeal to get everything set up and operational. And, then I realized after I got it, well, shit, I can't use OBS. It's messed up. It really is. I mean, so far it looks pretty good on my monitor. I actually got 2 monitors. And it does look pretty good. Hopefully it stays that way throughout the show. Because I am so disgusted with bullshit, And Spike Man asked, Jim, is there a 3D filament called nylon? I believe there is. I've never used it. I don't know much about it. They have so many different ones that they got. PLA, PLA Plus, PET, PETG, TRU, don't even ask me what the hell that shit is, ABS, and about a half a dozen other ones. I have no idea what I say. I use a PLA Plus. I tried the PETG on that gold filament that you paid for that makes your spike. I didn't really like it that much. I found it difficult to work with. But, Yeah, what's that? Jesse said, Jim, I live streamed for you today while it rained and 0 drop frames. With Starlink, it's worth it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw you had a show going. I didn't have time to get into it because I said too many things going on. Maybe next time. I'm interested and I like it, so keep on doing it. Hey, Tom, Strange and Things. Hey, Tom, how's it going? I was just talking about what an idiot I am. Well, most of you already knew that anyway. This morning, this afternoon, I set up OBS for my stream. And I'm thinking, I can't use OBS because, the internet's terrible here because I'm still running on Comcast. So I shut it all down and opened it up. I'm using StreamYard now. Actually, I bought a 1-week trial period, so you'll notice that right up there. I even got my logo up there. and all the features that entail with actually getting the full out thing. But I can't afford to do this thing on a monthly or yearly basis. So hopefully, if Starlink shows, or the guys from Starlink or whatever, the contractor shows up tomorrow and gets everything done, I'll be on Starlink after tomorrow and from there on in. And they damn well better show up, because I'm not happy if they don't. Nylon fishing line. I think all fishing line is nylon, isn't it? I think. What's that one there? Little did I know, Jim, that I had 100 viewers watching. Well, that's cool. That would have been 101, but like I said, I couldn't break away from all the problems I was having here. So next time, though, hopefully. Jim, I found a. Not doing it. Nope, not happening. Any price doesn't matter. I've stopped doing things for people for a while till I get caught up with my stuff. Check with me in about 6 months. I might consider at that point. Hey, Joe Rader, how you doing? Good to see you here. And your birthday is May 16th. You'll be 32. Well, you're young. Anyway, March, that's 2 months away, so I wish you happy birthday in May. Tom says, Rumble Studio lets you do the same thing for free. You don't have to use StreamYards. Yeah, but then I have to use it on Rumble, though. So, like I said, I'm going to go back to OBS once I get Starlink set up. I like OBS. I like using my Stream Deck. I already know how to do it all, so having to relearn something new is not going to be fun. Let's see. Shut that down there. Jesse says, Spike Man, I got you in age, but soon to be 3 years this November. Okay. September, I'll be 67. Damn, time's just flying by. Spike Man's might get a 3. Oh, Tom Grassi might 3D print me a train. That's cool. Tom enjoys doing that stuff. Me, I got to get caught up with my stuff, man. I'm just doing too much for other people. So, and I don't have time to do my own stuff, so that's not good. Now, hopefully, I know tomorrow my Bamboo Labs A1 will be here. Probably about midday. Matter of fact, I already cleared a spot. You can see right there. I retired the other one. It's underneath the bench work. I'll keep it for parts. And at some point, I'll probably retire this one too and just use the A1. This one still works half-assed, but if it gives me any problems, it'll be retired too, because I'm just tired of screwing with things, you know. Tom says, no, you can stream to whoever you want. Don't need to learn anything new. It's direct RTMP, just like StreamYards. Oh, okay. Well, I'll remember that next time in case I have to use it. Because like I said, the StreamYards, everything is based on pay now. All the free shit gone, basically. Well, that sucks. So, yeah, I'll use that next time. Thanks for letting me know that, Tom. Appreciate that. Yeah, because I retired the other printer, Jesse. Well, it's underneath the bench work and underneath the layout. It's kind of more for parts now than anything else. Neither one of these printers are printing worth a damn, to be honest with you. But the older one, the one that I retired, it was way worse. I said, you know what, I'm done with it. The Bamboo Labs A1 will be here tomorrow. It'll go right there, you know. And at some point, I'll probably retire this one pretty soon too. And I may get another A1. It's nice having two printers, you know. So, but I can't wait to get it because I got to print up about 20 some trucks for my rolling stock, and I got a whole bunch of shit I need to print, and I'm kind of anxious. Then it's going to be faster and better, so I can't wait. It's going to be fun. So that's the story on that one. So what else am I doing? Oh yeah, so let's get into this before I get too crazy. I'm going to switch cameras. I do this right. Oh yeah, okay. See, it actually worked. I'm going to get up over here. Maybe. And I'll tell you, it's getting tougher and tougher to get up these days. Move the mic over here a little closer. Now, I borrowed this concept from Scott Rails. It's a good idea, and I decided I liked it. Now, you'll see here, these are cabinet hinges you'd find in your kitchen. You can't see them when they open and close. They're all hidden, which is great. They were kind of priced. I think I paid $9 for the pair at Home Depot. And I had to figure out how to actually mount them because it wasn't as straightforward as I thought it would be. But I got it done. So it flips down. This is supposed to be a soft close. It's not. But that's okay. Now, you'll see here I've got some wire sticking up. And what I did is I used brass, right there. You can see the brass centering pins. I showed you that last week. They're top and bottom. This thing all locks in. There's no playing it whatsoever. And I still got to lay the track down yet. Maybe the next couple of days I'll get that done. Obviously not tomorrow, but possibly over the weekend. And that's what these wires sticking up for. These are going to go to the rails, each track. And then it goes in the wood. And I drill the holes in the backside here, and the wires are actually underneath the layout. I'll tie them into my bus line, when I'm ready to do it. So this actually came out really nice. It's I think this is a piece of oak. Maybe it's birch. I don't know. Shit was expensive though. But it's a good hardwood, so you shouldn't have any problems with expansion or contraction. And like I said, it's a nice setup. So unfortunately, trains are not running at this particular time, but they should be within, maybe by next week. Who knows? Because I've got so much I've got to do here. And there's only so many hours in the day I actually have time to work with this. Let me get back over here and sit down. Let me switch cameras again. Back to my ugly mug. What's Thomas crashing? I'll email it to you later. I don't want to advertise it over there. I don't know if you'd approve of that or not. So I'll email you. I've got your email address, so I'll email it to you. Tom says, even though I can stream to 5 platforms with vMix, I still use Rumble Studio RTMP to stream. Well, yeah, it's working fine, apparently. So that's cool. I was going to get the vMix, but that's way too expensive. It's a nice program, but a little too pricey for me because I was actually looking for a good alternative to OBS, but something a standalone project wasn't, like Rumble Studio. So I'm just going to stick with OBS. It works all right for now. At some point, either they'll improve it or somebody will come up with something better that's reasonably priced that I might go with. So we'll see. Get my microphone down here better. So anyway, that's what I spent about 4 days working on that. I had a lot of issues. And I watched Scott Trades. He did a video on how he did it. He didn't go into great detail, So I had to figure out a lot of stuff on my own, but just give me a basic idea of what he did. And it wasn't too tricky, but getting everything leveled properly, spaced properly. That was the tough part, because I had at first it was too high, then it was too low. I said, well, this ain't working. Let me measure it. So I actually measured it and got it going correctly on the hinge end. Then I printed a spacer for the bottom part of the hinges, which is what I needed. Those were 12 millimeter thick. So like I said, I didn't fool around. I actually did measurements. And on this side, I had to make like I don't know what you would call that, like an upside down L platform, so that I'd have a place to put the female centering pins in, and then also to stabilize the whole unit. So it actually came out pretty good. I'm satisfied with it, and the main thing is it's rigid. Because no matter what I did before, I always had sideways slop in it. And that wasn't acceptable. Plus, it's laying flat perfectly. It's almost perfectly level, because my benches aren't actually the same height. There's about this much difference in them, about 1/8 of an inch. So I had to compensate for that as well. So, it is what it is. Oh, thanks, Chuck. It's not bad. Like I said, the first one I patterned after James, up in Canada. And I like his idea too, but this one actually hides the hinges. So before you had the hinges were exposed, they were elevated. And it worked all right, but like I said, the problem is, I didn't know about the centering pins. I could have probably used centering pins on that, and it would have been just fine. But I figured, well, if I'm going to go through this trouble, I'm going to go redo the whole thing, So I did. So, matter of fact, I think you can see. Let me go back to the other camera a minute. All right, yeah, you see right? This right here. That's the old arm. I just unscrewed it and took it off. And unfortunately, I won't be able to use that track because not the right length because I had to modify things. But I have plenty of tracks, so it's no big deal. But this is, like I said, it's kind of cleaner looking in a way. I might put a piece of fiberboard on the one edge just so it blends in with everything else. And I could probably use that because I don't know if I can use that one. I'll probably have to cut another piece because it's going to be longer. Now we'll see, but it'll be fine. So hopefully I'll get more done on it. Probably Monday. I'll get back to work on that if I have the time. I got a pretty busy schedule with between doctor's appointments. Deb's got her appointments going on, and got a lot of stuff going on here and there. So I'll get over here when I can and do what I can, and we'll go that way. Let me go back to the other camera. Back to my ugly mug. And a beard is starting to grow back. That was quick, wasn't it? I'm shaving under my neck now, but that's about it. And I need a haircut. It's almost getting to the point where it's in my face. So I might have to schedule a haircut this month too. Let's see. No, John, no trains at the moment. Like you said, I've got basically no power to most of the track. So I'll have to mess with that. But it'll be up and running either possibly by next Thursday or at the very latest the week after. And with this problem here fixed, I should have zero problems on my track. Because I'm still having issues. I had issues with the old drop arm. And I just couldn't get it straightened out because I had that play in there, the sideways play. So hopefully, this will fix it because I've got no sideways play at all. There's no play in that whole thing at all. once it locks in, it's in. I mean, not even a half a millimeter, not even probably not even a thousandth of an inch. Dead stable, which is what I was looking for anyway. Ray Bertelson, hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. Just keep pulling your beard, then you won't need a haircut. If only. Doesn't quite work that way, but a funny idea either way. 6:25, okay. Are we keeping time here, John, or what? Not quite sure why you're keeping the time. Or is that, never mind. That's not you doing it. That was a thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, and this shows the timestamp on this too. Like I said, I'm used to that on OBS, but it's just a little different. So I have to kind of, get used to this. Other than that, I did clean up my desk a little bit. I'm going to swing this camera around here to look at the desk. Maybe. There we go. Okay, here. Now you can see the desk. Well, you will in a minute. It's actually clean and somewhat organized. It's amazing. That doesn't happen often. These are some of the box cars I'm working on. I did put the draft boxes in on both ends. Matter of fact, you know where this one came from, right, Spike Man? This is one of the ones you gave me. So I'm trying to get it up and running. I say I got to print new trucks for all this stuff. This is one of the ones I got from the train show. Same deal. So I've got a whole bunch over there that you can't really see. Maybe I can tilt this up a little bit. Yeah, there's a whole bunch over here on top of the printer. Box cars and a couple of gondolas. So we'll get all that straightened out soon too. I got plenty of wheels, but I'm probably gonna have to get more Katie couplers because I think I've only got like maybe 6 or 7 pair left. John says, I wish that worked, Ray. I can trim my beard, but not my hair. Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Because the same deal. I don't dare touch my hair, but the beard, not a big deal. So it is what it is. Let me go back to the. Let's see. What am I? Oh yeah, I got my 148 steamer here. I haven't done anything with that. And the tender, same deal. I got to get the. And I may have enough money to pick up the decoder for that this month. I got to wait and see how much I got left over, but I should be able. I think I can afford to get it. Remember this? This was the cattle car with nothing in it because the sound car that I wanted, it took a shit and it's done, so I threw it away. But I do have a second one, and the chicken thing is working again. I don't know why, but I was working with the switcher here. Here's the switcher. I got the new decoder in there, just sound decoder. And I still got to do decals on the side, but I've got the road number on there, and it does work. The only thing is, I put it all together, and I forgot to put the keep alive in. So I got to take it back apart and solder that in because it's a little jerky on the track. So once that's on, that should solve that problem. So we'll get that straightened out in the next few days too. As I've been busy doing things, working here and there, doing what I can. But unfortunately, I have to work with what I got. So I changed cameras again. Back to my ugly mug. They're used to looking at it because that's what you usually see out here anyway. So that's where we're at pretty much. I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, next week I'll probably, like I said, I'll work on the drop arm. Probably put the keep alive in the switcher. And I might wire up the steamer. Even though I don't have the decoder yet, the decoder's going to go into tender anyway. So I've got to run the two wires from the wheels, and then 2 wires from the headlight, which I still haven't put in yet. So we have 4 wires going through to go into the tender. And I guess what I'm going to have to do is they don't have an area where you can put wires through, so I'm going to have to drill a hole in here in the front. You can't really see that too well, but drill a hole right in the front there to run my wires through. And of course, they'll be permanently there. I had a connector because when I broke the wire on my my BLI steamer, and when I bought the new wire connectors for it, it came in a pair. So I had 2 female ends and 2 male ends. Damn if I remember where I put the other end. It's in a little baggie somewhere. I still haven't found it. If I find it, I'll use that in this so I can disconnect them, which I think would be a lot handier. Plus, I think they're only 30 gauge wires, so because I was going to use probably like a 26 gauge wire, and I don't think I have anything smaller, even though you don't need one that big. So we'll see. I'll have to look for it again too. We'll see what happens. So that's what I plan on doing next week. And of course, working on the box cars, getting the trucks made. I've got plenty of steel wheels for them. Like I said, I'm going to run out of Katy couplers, but once again, I may have enough money to buy another 50 pair. So we'll see. Jesse, you may be right, Jesse. Sometimes I wonder about that myself. When you lose something, it goes into the great abyss. Until you replace it. If you replace it with a like object, it will reappear. It's just the way it is. I say, how many times I bought something like a tool? I lose a tool, can't find it. Screw it, I'll buy like cutters, for example, the little nippers. I bought a 10-pack this last time because I only had 2 pair. They just disappeared. I don't know what the hell happened to them. So I ordered a 10-pack, and of course, as soon as I ordered the 10-pack, lo and behold, they showed up again. How the hell does that work? It's weird, but it's the way it works. I mean, it's just Murphy's Law, I guess. I don't know. But, and that's happened with everything. I don't care what it is. If you lose something, you'll buy a new one. The minute you get the new one, the old one will reappear. And then the new one will disappear. So, that's where we're at with that. And like I said, it was surprised because I got 2 of them. They sold them in pairs. And they weren't cheap. The little tiny wires, the little connectors. I think they were like $19 for the pair of them. Because, it's from BLI. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, man. How much profit they make on that one? Probably cost them 2 or 3 cents to make it. The rest is profit. So anyway, like I said, I put it in a baggie and I put it away. And I should be smarter than this. Now, a lot of you guys know Tom Strange and things. He has one. But some of the other guys have little like parts cabinets, with little drawers in them. When I put the addition on here, I'm going to get a couple of them. And that's where I'm going to keep all my small parts. Things like decoders or keep alives, screws, nuts, washers, any kind of like wiring parts like that. I keep them all in them drawers and they'll be labeled so I'll know exactly where the hell they are. And then the main reason I don't have it here now is because I've got no room for it. You know, it's so clustered in here that it's a real pain in the ass. And I winds up throwing it in a drawer. I got lots of drawers, never to be seen again. That's nothing. All these plastic cabinets, the three drawer plastic cabinets, they're stackable, you know, which is great. I can't stack them in here because, you know, there's no place to do it. When I get that other room here, I can stack them, let's see, 1, 2, probably 5 high. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 of the 3 wide drawers and 1 of the narrow 3 drawers. And they're easier to use if they're elevated anyway, because I have a tough time bending down to get to the bottom one near the floor. And that's why most of the shit I throw down there is stuff that I don't need often enough because it's a pain in the ass. Hey Ray, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. So that's kind of where we're at with it. And I want to start on that soon too. And I'm thinking, let's see, it's March. Probably May. Possibly April, but most likely May. Because I got to build the floor first, which is not that big of a deal. And the truck is sort of running. I had my wannabe son-in-law. He changed the filter on it, but one of the clips on the front hose broke. And I think I can fix it with wire ties or even a C-clamp, you know, like a C-clip. It's not leaking, but I don't trust it on the road. If it were to come out, I'd be stranded, you know. So I got to fix that. And of course, the biggest problem right now is the gas turned. It's sour. The truck barely runs and stinks really bad. So I got to suck the, you know, I don't suck it, but to get the gas out of it, there's about 13 gallons in there, nearly a full tank. And I'll probably put a high test in there just to clear everything out the first time and then go back to regular after that. But it seems to be running fine. I mean, it idles, but when you go to floor it, it like stumbles because the gas is bad, near as I can tell. It doesn't feel like it's starving for fuel, but that the fuel is just no good. So I got to do that. And worst comes to worst, I got a bad fuel pump. That I can do myself. And I will if I have to. I mean, that truck's getting to be a real pain in the ass, but I can't afford to get another one. I wouldn't get shit for that one if I sold it. You know, I paid $1,800 for it almost 6 years ago. It's an 03. Has 250,000 miles on it. And the AC still works great in it. Imagine that, right? Air conditioner works in that one, but not in my Mercury Grand Marquis. And the Marquis only has 97,000 on it. What the fuck? So anyway, I'll use the truck to haul the wood because, you know, I'm going to need 2x4s, the 2x4 hangers, which they're metal, they're nothing. And of course, plywood. I want to put 3/4 plywood down. And I'm going to need, it's 8x10, so I need like 3 sheets. Do you have a picture of your truck? Actually, I have a duplicate of it. When I built my model on the layout, I got my house, the guest house, this shed, and all the vehicles. So yes, I do have it. It's actually it's the same year, 2003 Ford Ranger. It was blue. Of course, mine is white, so I repainted it. And there it is. Same exact truck. Even got the I got the black bed liner in it. So this came out pretty cool. I think I paid like $4 for this. So yeah, that's it. It's a nice truck. I mean, there's a couple of small dents in the rear, at the back of the bed. I did one of them, and the other one was when I bought it. I don't really give a shit because it's just a beater, The rest of the truck's in pretty decent shape, though. So, but like I said, last year it seemed like everything kept, it was one thing after another. First the water pump, then, first the hoses, then the water pump. I told you yesterday the water pump wasn't even bad. But the fucking mechanic, you need a new water pump. So I went out and bought one. Figured he knew what he was talking about. Turns out he never tightened the lower radiator hose. The clamp was loose on it. It was spraying in a way where it looked like it was coming out the weep hole. I'm so pissed off, but that's another story. That's why I don't fucking trust anybody, I gotta check it out myself. So I want to put a fan clutch on it, which you didn't need, and a water pump, which you didn't need, and of course a new belt because and I had to replace the pulley, the water pump pulley, because the jackass used a pair of channel locks on it to try and hold it while he's knocking the nut loose on the fan, because the dumbass didn't know it was left-hand thread. So they destroyed the pulley with the channel lock. So I had to go to Ford and get another pulley, which is like $30-something. I was not a happy camper. You're going to pay me? I said, you didn't do shit except fuck my truck up. You owe me money, not the other way around. Of course, he wasn't going to pay me, so I didn't pay him either. So anyway, but so I said, the guy that I bought it from was a Mexican guy. I don't know if he bought it new or not. I think he did. And, he never did anything to it. I mean, he probably got oil changes, and that was probably about it. We pulled out the fuel filter. It was the original one in the truck. So it's no wonder. It's a wonder it lasted as long as it did, 250,000 miles. Yeah, fuck that guy. That's the least that she should have got his ass kicked, too, just for fun. But, I mean, what a dumbass. He's supposed to be one of the best mechanics in Sebring. I hate to see what the worst ones are. But, so, I mean, I replaced the starter in it. The starter finally let go. And, like I said, I can't do this shit anymore. I don't have the physical strength. It's hard for me to get up off the ground. If it's something I could do from the top, it's a piece of cake. But if it's underneath the vehicle, that's a problem. Not that I can't or I don't know how to do it. I know how to do anything, But I can't physically do it because, I got to get on my back under the truck to fix that line because there's nobody else around here that can do it. And like I said, I think it'll take a C-clip because it had like a squeeze deal on it. And when my son-in-law or future son-in-law, whatever the hell he is, he squeezed it a little too hard and it snapped on him. And you can't even get a replacement hose, not a new one. I could probably go to the boneyard and get one. They'd want me to take it off. That ain't going to happen. So I figure I'm going to have to, fix it up so it doesn't come off and it'll be fine. It's always something, But that's why I bought the truck, so I could haul wood and shit with it because I don't like using my car. Yeah, I got a big car. You could fit, half a sheet of plywood in the trunk. The other half sticks out, but it goes right in. And 2x4s ain't small wood. I put in through the back window into the front floorboard, and that's fine. It works, but it's a car. It's not a truck. So I bought the truck with the express idea that I'll have a bed. That's the first pickup truck I ever owned. I've had vans before, but I never owned a pickup truck. It's the first one. So, that's why I bought it, so I could do shit like that. If I wanted to replace it, it would cost me more money than I have, because they want ridiculous prices for shit now. And I'll be down. I give somebody $5 or $6 grand for a 20-year-old truck. Ain't happening. So, because I looked at a Ford F-150 before I got the Ranger. There's a couple of towns in Arcadia And I saw the ad on the internet, and they wanted was $800 for eight or 850. No, it was more than I think it was 1,000 or 1,100. So it was under $1,500. It was an '03 or an '02, I don't remember which. Automatic trans, air conditioning, not too bad. So we drove. I called up. I said, "You still have the truck?" She said, "Yeah, we got it." It's all right. I'll be down to take a look at it tomorrow. So we hopped in the car, drove down there. It was like a 50-mile run. Get down there, I test drove the truck, and the only thing I could see that it needed was U-joints because there was too much play when you manipulated the gas pedal. You could hear it under there. I said, that's no big deal. I could change those. And so I said, all right, I'll take it. So we went in there, and I said, all right, so I might as well get a new tag too while I'm at it. So I had over 2,000 in my hand. She said, well, how do you want to pay for it? I said, I want to pay cash for it. All right. So she hands me the contract. It's fucking $5,000. I can't know. It's supposed to be $1,300 or whatever the hell it was. Oh, no, that's not the right price. Well, that's what you advertised it for. That's what's on the fucking windshield. Now, you want to take 15 for 13 or whatever the hell it was. I'll pay you that cash money right now, plus taxes and tag, no big deal. And I'm not giving you $5,000 for that piece of shit. It ain't that fucking good. It's going to need some work on it. Well, sir, we can't give it away. I said, you ain't giving nothing. Would you give $25 for it? Yeah, because that's what they're really doing. Hey, Derek, how you doing? Good to see you here. So I walked away. I said, well, you know what? Fuck you. I said, I don't do business like that. You advertise the price. I got the money. You don't want to take it. Fuck you. Well, maybe we can work. So there's nothing to work out. I said, I'll tell you, I'll give you $1,500 for it right now. Oh no, we'd have to have at least 45 for it. Ain't gonna happen. Nobody in their right fucking mind is gonna give you $4,500 for an '03 with that kind of miles on it, and it's got some minor problems. If somebody didn't know how to fix it, it's gonna cost them some money to get it fixed. I said, how stupid do I look? Fuck you. So that was it. That was the end of that. So I got on the internet again, looked in the want ads all over the place, from here to Naples. And they had the one in Naples, the one I bought. I called the guy up. I said, you still have the truck? He says, yeah. And I think he wanted 21 for it. And, I had problems. The oil pressure gauge didn't work, which was a common issue on those. Easily fixed if you know what you're doing. There's a couple of things here. What the hell else was wrong with it? Oh, no heater. It was leaking on the floorboard, so I'd have to bypass it. Not a big deal if you know what you're doing. And when you put it in drive, it would show reverse because you had to readjust the cable for the indicator. No big deal if you know what you're doing. I said, I fixed all that. So I said, I don't know. I said, it's got a lot of problems, little problems here and there. I said, you take 18 for it? Yeah, I'll take it. Couldn't get the money out quick enough. That was a good deal. Let's see here. Am I missing anything? Okay, I'm back. My freezer. Oh, wait a minute. What happened there? Your freezer got delivered and plugged it in. Hope it's a temp in the morning so I can go shopping. You buy a new freezer? Cool. I got a half freezer in the garage because I get Omaha steaks. I don't buy steak, but hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken, that sort of shit. All goes in that freezer. I almost wish I'd have bought a full one, though, because it's not hard to fill it up, because it's only a half one. It's a chest freezer, but only half of one. No. Let's see here. Let me go back to where I was. I don't want to get too far behind. Hey, Crooked River and Eastern. Crooked Dave. How you doing, Dave? Good to see you here, man. Yeah, I almost missed the show. I slept in, and Life goes, you're going to turn Dave on? I said, I don't know. getting kind of late. Well, he's probably still on, so I didn't. You were still on, so, you know. I missed probably most of it, but, you know. Whereas old fuckers, that's too damn early in the morning. The last couple of mornings, I've had to get up at like 6, 5. Deb had to go for an eye appointment, for a cataract. And we had to be there at 8 o'clock, so we had to get up at like 5:30, get ready, and, So, I mean, it's been kind of rough, man. I don't do early mornings like I used to when I was young. Let's see. So yeah, I get the truck going. It'll be easy. I can, get one run. I get all the plywood, all the 2x4s, the hangers, screws I might need, get it all at one shot, bring it back here, and I'm good to go, so. The only part that sucks is somebody bought the property behind me and beside me. So I lost my my way to get in here. Now I might have to move my little shed back a little bit, or maybe back a lot, so I could actually drive onto my property, because I basically can't get into my own property now. Not with a vehicle anyway. I mean, I can get the mower through there and all, but that's about it. So that kind of sucks. And he's putting up a fence, so I can't even slip over there when he's not around. It is what it is, but I wish I could have bought that property, but he just bought it, paid $100,000 for it. It's 4.5 acres. I could have got it for $30,000 6 years ago, but my idiot neighbor who owned it at the time refused to sell it to me because he didn't know me that well. You want your fucking money or not? What difference does it make whether you know me? So we were talking about it a month ago, and he says, I kind of wish I'd have sold you the property. I said, yeah, you probably should have, because you know what? Now you're going to have some fucking guy building shit out there. And I said, I would have left it alone. I'd have just had it open land and left it the way it was, Well, that's the way it works. Ray says, I went to get something out of the freezer on Tuesday and had a whole crud load of meat, fish, veggies thawed out. Wasn't happy. I imagine not. Well, that's what I worry about with my fridge. It's going on 6 years old, and they're saying new refrigerators they have an average lifespan of 5 years. I'm hoping mine will go another 5, but I don't know. I paid $1,300 for that stupid thing. The water dispenser and ice maker don't work anymore. It leaks underneath the fridge, and honestly, I don't even want to screw with it. So, I mean, 5 years old. And if you have a power failure, it actually puts it into limp mode, and it doesn't really do anything. It like half cools. So you have to shut it off, do a reset, and then turn it back on, and then it's fine. First time that happened, I was ready to buy a new fridge. I'm going, I want to have this fucking thing a year. We had a power failure for like 2 minutes, and it wasn't working after. What the fuck, And I'm thinking, let me get on the internet, and that's how I found out about the reset, because it doesn't even say anything in the owner's manual about that. Derek says, Big Jim, any word on the Starlink install? Well, if all works out well, they'll be here tomorrow. They better be here tomorrow. They're supposed to send me an email today. They did. I'm looking at it now. Your on-tech appointment is tomorrow. Review our pre-appointment checklist. Estimated arrival window between 12 and 5. Appointment duration 1 to 2 hours. Please make sure an adult is at home. Oh, shit. There may not be any adults home tomorrow. I'm an adult, ain't I? Pre-install any associated apps on your smart device and create an account. Yeah, I've already done all that. Have a hot Wi-Fi password handy. I got that too. They basically just got to mount it and aim it, and I'm good to go. So this, I was waiting all day for that email, and I didn't get it like by 5. I'm thinking, them motherfuckers ain't going to show. But they're going, and I'm supposed to get a call tomorrow with a 75-minute window of when they're going to be here. And then they're supposed to send me a link so I can actually track the technician as he's coming to my house. Oh, these guys are thorough, aren't they? I just want to get it done. That's all I want to do because, it's been, how long? I've had Starlink now for what? Almost 3 weeks, I think. And I could have used it. I mean, probably set it on the ground and aimed it, but then I would have had to start paying on it. Now, because they didn't show up last time, Starlink gave me a free month. And I'm supposed to get a free month to begin with, so hopefully I won't have to pay them for 2 months. And plus, I still got to I got to call them and let them know that Tom Tuvicek, Tom's Trains and Things, recommended me. And we each get a free month if that goes through. So, I'm going to do whatever I can to get whatever discounts I can. Let's see. John says, let's see what we got here. My mom and dad had a Brady Bunch refrigerator that lasted 30 years. There's been 2 replacements since then. Chinese junk. That's the truth, too. I mean, I've had refrigerators that lasted 15, 20 years. I said I had an old a Kelvinator. I don't know if you older guys know what those were, but a guy gave it to me for my shop at the time. And, it had the locking door on it and all, the handle. So you had to pull it to unlatch the door. A little tiny freezer that was like started out this big and over time would get smaller and smaller. They weren't frost free at the time. So every 4 or 5 weeks you had to chip the ice out of it. That fucking thing, I had it for 9 years. Still worked. I gave it to somebody, paid forward. He's probably still got it. That thing's like 60, 70 years old, maybe more. And they can make the shit last, but they don't want to. It's bullshit. Very unfortunate, too. Let's see. Hey, Jim, there's a 150-acre around the corner from me. Build a house and hunt from the back porch. I wish I had the acreage, but the problem I have is I have limited funds. I want a fixed income, I get $1,600 a month plus another $600 from renting to the guest house. Because when I bought this place, when I found the place, the guest house was an important part of it. Because I wanted to do rental again, to bring in extra money. So there were places that had more land, but then you had higher property taxes. I mean, the purchase prices were right in line. I mean, I had $300,000, and I would have spent easily, $200,000. Maybe even $250 to buy property. But I had to look at, down the road, what was it going to cost me for property taxes? And that's the problem. A lot of these properties, they bend you over hard on property taxes. So I have to take that into account. It's just the way it works. John says, what state are you in, Ray? I'm moving to West Virginia next year. There you go. And Ray said, Johnny Atlanta, Waxhaw, Nevada, south of Charlotte at North Carolina, South Carolina. Well, that's not Nevada. Oh, Ray, yeah, that's right, Ray. You're technically in South Carolina, aren't you? Like right near the state line. No. I'm not real I mean, I would go to South Carolina. I would never live in North Carolina. I won't say why, but you can guess. South Carolina is nice, but, I didn't really want to get into deep winter either. And if I get out of Florida, because I even kicked around Georgia, Georgia's nice. And there's still a lot of land out in Georgia too, away from Atlanta. I'd never live in Atlanta, but I didn't want to get into the harsh winters either. My brother lives up in Indiana, southern Indiana, and well, he's an idiot. He has electric heat. Into winter, his electric bills are $1,200 plus a month. I couldn't afford that, So I said, I looked at all kinds of different aspects. Where do I want to live? What it's going to cost me? What would be the most cost-effective area? That's kind of how I wound up in Sebring. Now, Sebring will eventually advance. Sebring is what Naples was back in the 1970s. Actually, closer to 1960s. Will Sebring become a big city someday? Probably. I probably won't live to see it. It's probably at least 20 years down the road, maybe longer. So, and that's what I was looking at. I don't like big cities. I don't like crowded places. Small populace, cheaper properties, and cheaper standard of living a little bit. And I'm happy, So it is what it is. Thanks for that count there, 1915. And that means a few of you didn't hit the like button. What are you waiting on? Hit the damn like. Hit the damn button. Just don't hurt yourself doing as Tom likes to say. John says, my sister lives in Kernersville, North Carolina. That's on the west side, way like on the mountains? It's a lot nicer on the left side of North Carolina. You get too close to the water, though. Yeah. My son's mother and my son, they're just below Charlotte. I never remember the name of the town, but like 15 minutes south of Charlotte. And Charlotte's a shithole, But she's a minority up there, They actually have a little tiny white section. I'm not racist, but, I just don't want to be surrounded by other people. You take what you want out of that. There you go. If you spit hard, it will land in South Carolina. There you go. Yeah, Virginia's a shithole now too, John. Apparently your governor there, the woman, whoever she is, she's a cunt. And a communist one at that. They got some fucked up shit they're trying to do there, man. I was just reading that she and her legislature, they're obviously Democrats, are trying to get a new law, a gun control law, that will make you have to test every 5 years in order to own a gun. Even if you already own guns, you still have to test every 5 years for proficiency. They won't say what the testing entails, but it's going to be difficult to pass probably. And if you fail, they take your guns. Well, that's bullshit, And I don't know what the fuck's wrong with these people, man. Why are they even allowed to exist in this country? We should deport them all. If you don't believe in the Constitution and live by the constitutional law, you need to get the fuck out. Plain and simple. So, and then of course, it's very expensive to live up there too, from what I hear. He says, I'm getting the fuck out. Good advice, man. Definitely good advice on yourself. Like I said, it's just, and that's another reason I stayed in Florida too. We don't, it's not perfect here, but we have pretty good laws in most cases. We're very liberal gun wise, which is cool, because I'm a gun owner. And if you're a landlord, they favor the landlords over the tenants, which is good news for the landlords. They have anti-squatting laws here, which is a godsend. Because if you're in places like California or New York, you can't get squatters out of your house. They could actually take ownership of your property after a certain amount of time under certain circumstances. Bullshit. They don't allow that here in Florida. You could actually have them removed the same day by the sheriff's department, thanks to a new law that our governor signed recently. It's the way it should be. That is, if you want a carry permit, you have to take a shooting test to make sure you hit what you aim at. Yeah, well, we had to too, Dave, but his permit was carry now. They changed it. We also have open carry too. I don't open carry because I need a good holster for that. I may in some places, though, because it would be convenient for me. But you want to have a real good holster, a retention holster, because like the cops have. You ever try and pull a pistol out of a cop's holster? You don't know what you're doing. You won't get it out because they're retention holsters. I would want the same thing because, somebody come up behind you, grab your gun, well, you're screwed. So, of course, I'd probably have my hand on it most of the time anyway. And I don't mind carrying concealed, but we have permitless carry now. And when I got I have a card, I have a carry permit. You don't need one, but it was stupid. You answered a few questions, you attended a 2-hour class and your shooting exam and went to the range. They had a bullseye target about 3 foot in front of you, handed you a .38 revolver, point and shoot. If you got it in the target, didn't matter where. I hit the bullseye because 3 foot, how could you not? As long as you hit the target, you graduated the class. It was a joke, But, and it was supposed to be because legally they shouldn't be able to make you do any of that shit. You have the absolute right to carry a weapon. Let's see, it says DV, Texas. And since I live in PA, I have carry permit. It's valid in Florida. Well, that's why I got my permit. Not so much for Florida because, like I said, you don't need one here. And I'll keep it up. Mine's good for another 3 years yet, and I'll renew it again. But there are other states that they recognize it, which is important if you ever travel because when I travel, the gun comes with me. I'm not very trusting, and yeah, I'm not afraid to use it if I have to. Hey, Ray said, Jim, didn't Florida pass something on if you're over 65? Well, we have a discount right now because I got to file for it. Like I'm 66, and when I went to pay my taxes this year, I asked them, I said, what do I got to do to get the discount on my property taxes next year? She said, well, you have to wait till March to come and apply for it. I said, well, that's stupid. I should be able to do it anytime. Anyway, she handed me a piece of paper which I got to fill out, take it back there, and then because I'm 66 and I'm disabled, I should get I'm not sure what the numbers are, but possibly up to half off my taxes. They're not that bad anyway, but money saved is money saved. I paid $1,300 this past this year. If it got cut in half, that'd be like $600. I can live with that, Now they are trying to do away with property taxes, period, for anybody that's homesteaded, which of course I am. So if you have one house and it's homesteaded, they want to do away with taxes altogether. No property taxes, regardless of your age or anything else. They're trying to get it through. The governor's pushing it. The problem is the state mayors and shit, they don't want to lose all that money because they piss it away anyway, which the governor has already proven. So they're going to fight tooth and nail to keep it. It's got to go. It's a resolution. So they need 60% of both houses just to get it on the ballot, and then 60% of the populace has to vote for it to do away with it because It's in the state constitution. Well, they've got like 5 different variations. None of them are worth a shit, And this way it'll keep from getting the 60% threshold to make it law or change the constitution. So I'm pretty sure the governor, he's probably gonna really crack down on these assholes, maybe even, shit can a few of them, governors or mayors and legislators. Say, look, you own your house or you don't. If you're paying taxes, you don't have true ownership. My house is paid off, but I don't technically own it. I don't pay the taxes. They take it away from me. Well, they try anyway. And I'd probably die in the attempt, but So it's bullshit. But yeah, they are working on it. But we won't know anything until really it gets on the ballot in November and they get the right one on there. Let's see. John says my VA permit has some reps of property, but not. Well, Maryland and D.C., no, they don't recognize shit, especially D.C. I'd have to go around D.C. That's why last I heard, Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, and Indiana will recognize my permit. Going up the East Coast, North and South Carolina will. Virginia will not. D.C. will not. New York will not. Neither will New Jersey. Maine will. But how are you supposed to get there? I guess you go through Vermont because Vermont recognizes it too. And that's why they're trying to get, a federal carry deal going where, just like your driver's license, it's good everywhere in the continental U.S. They're going to have to do that at some point. No. Dave says, I'm doing some CAD drawings and listening. That's cool. Dave, that's good to hear. Derek says, Big Jim, I think it applies to everything except school taxes. Well, yeah, the one that they're talking, I think it's House Resolution 302 or something like that. But the problem is your school taxes are the biggest part of your property taxes, like 60%. So they'd save me a couple $100, which I'm going to save on anyway, just because of my age. But you still have to pay the school taxes. Well, guess what? My kids are long out of school. I don't have any children in school. They're all grown adults. They have their own kids. Have you got kids and they want you to pay towards the school? Okay, that's fair. But how many people in Florida don't have kids in school and still have to pay? And the school system sucks anyway. What are we paying for? So that's once again, it's a problem. They have to do away with it, period. And the same thing now, I would still have to pay my trash pickup, and probably the fire department, but those are cheap. And of course, you don't have to pay them. They can't take your house if you don't, but you won't get the service. Now, obviously want garbage pickup. Fire department, probably a waste of time. The reality is I got a wood house. If the house did catch fire, hopefully it never does, by the time they got here, they'd watch it burn anyway. And I'd still be out of a house which I have no insurance on. Just can't afford it. So I probably wouldn't waste my money on the fire department. And they just got a big raise last year. I think they're getting $225 a year now per house. And they're worthless. There was a house fire down the road last year. They had 3 fire trucks there all standing there watching the place burn. Well, you got insurance. What do you care? Well, why are you here then? You're just wasting my fucking time and my money. So, Now they got to get rid of the school taxes, that. And you're right, in Florida, years ago they said, well, we want the Florida lottery. It'll pay for the school taxes. And that's how they got it through based on that promise. Well, we let it go through because prior to that, gambling was illegal in the state of Florida, especially lottery. So they promised us that, and when it went through, guess what? The schools didn't get any of that money that was raised. through the lottery. Once again, they lied to us. John says, Mayor of Baltimore just fleeced Maryland PAC's taxpayers out of $1 million. Will they do it? No, they won't, because they never do anything. And once again, it's all bullshit, If you don't prosecute them, you're basically saying, well, go ahead and rip us off. We're not going to do anything anyway. Now, if they fucking hung that motherfucker, you'd see that shit come to a screeching halt like tomorrow. But they won't do that. Hey, Trackside Mike, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. So, yeah, it's like I said, it's all bullshit. But how do we get on that subject anyway? So, yeah, so that's my plan, is to do the expansion on this. And once again, once that's done, a lot of the stuff is going to get moved in the other room. I'll still have my main desk here. This will still be my, whatever you call it, my main area for broadcasting. But I could have printers and other stuff, including the sink, in the other room. So it's it won't clog up everything in there. I can make this real nice and organized and cleaner. I mean, look around it. It looks like, a slum almost. There's stuff everywhere. And no matter what I do, I can't really move it. So, what's up, Big Jim? It's warm. Yes, it is. I got the AC on, man. Just the other day, I had the heat on. Go figure, right? That's some messed up shit, man. But I understand we're supposed to get another big cold from a polar vortex, I think they called it. I didn't see when. Probably in the next few weeks. And it's supposed to get really fucking cold again, so we'll have to wait and see. Let's see here, what do we got here? Ray says, when the schools get back to the 3 yards instead of woke story hour, then maybe I won't fight the stupid bills on the ballot. There you go. Well, that's the thing. The average kid that comes out of high school with a diploma is functionally illiterate and dumber than a box of fucking rocks. And believe that communism is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Why are we paying for this again? It doesn't make sense. I thought spring switches were only possible in model railroading. No, they happen all the time. Mike says, freezing rain here tonight. It's outside. It's weird. Chuck says we're at 78 right now. Where you at, Chuck? What state? Like I said, I don't know what the temperature is outside. It's warm. It's probably I think you got up to like 84 or something. All I know is I wasn't outside except to get from the house to here a few times. And I don't have any. I've got air conditioning in both bedrooms in the house. We don't have air in the living room yet, which I'm going to have to rectify that probably sooner than later. South Texas, okay. That's actually not bad because you're still up a little higher than us. Tom Grassi says there's a heat wave in New Jersey. It's 46 right now. Holy shit. That sucks to be you, Tom. The weather's it's off the charts everywhere. So it's Johnson's supposed to be 80 here next Wednesday. Possibly. That's what I'm saying. You just don't know, It doesn't really make sense. So, and I said there's another polar vortex is supposed to be coming for the South. So it might be 80 up there in New Jersey, It'll be 30 years. Who the hell knows? Well, that's true, Tom. It is still winter. I mean, That's another thing, too. People are talking, they were talking about global warming today on the news, And I'm thinking, what do you idiots have a short memory or what? It was just down in the teens, sub freezing, and you're talking about global warming? Are you stupid? I don't get it. I mean, the lies. I might do a video on that yet, for a wise guy video, on how the government and the news and everybody else just lies their ass off. So it's ridiculous, And we've always had radical changes in the weather. I mean, it's not really new, It may be a little more pronounced now because they're making an issue of it. I remember winters that, was down in the teens, down in South Florida. Oh, it's never been that cold. Yes, it has. I was there, It was also over 100 more times than I could count, too. Oh, it's never gotten over 100 degrees in Southwest Florida. You lying motherfucker. Yes, it has. I've seen 113 with my own eyes, Yes, unfortunately, and hopefully it may be, in Canada, in the northeast of Canada, they're actually doing away with it. It's going to stay daylight savings up there. No more clock changes. They're still trying to get it done here, in the States. And I'm not holding my breath. I mean, they're actually talking about, instead of doing a 1 hour front and back, they're going to do a half an hour instead. Well, you're missing the point, you moron. We don't want to change the clocks at all. No difference does it make whether you do 30 minutes or 60. Still fucks you all up, Exactly, Mike. And that's what everybody's bitched about. They want it to stay the same. Pick one. Now, the president, I think he talked about it a few months ago. He said, well, the problem is some people want daylight savings, other one wants standard. I don't care which one you do. Pick one and stick with it, And for those who don't like it, well, you know what? You can fucking move. I mean, you're exactly right, Chuck. Mid-teens 1 month, now it's in the 90s. So what the hell? Says we will be an hour short as of next week. Technically, but but it does throw your system off too. Absolutely, John. I'll be knackered. Absolutely. We all will be. Because what, you lose an hour of sleep, right? You gain an hour when you roll back. You lose an hour when you roll forward. We're springing forward, so we are going to lose an hour of sleep. This sucks. Like my sleep hours ain't screwed up enough. Let's screw them up some more. Well, I agree. Daylight savings would be the best option. And my wife said the same thing, and I don't disagree, but at this point, I don't care. Pick one and stay with it. I think the majority of people want daylight savings because you'll have more time in the afternoon of light than you would in the morning. Because you know what? People don't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning as a rule. I don't care if it's light out at 5 or not. I'm sound asleep. Got the shades drawn. I don't even know when it's light out because, I wake up when I wake up. But I would rather have more daylight in the evening than I would in the morning. Especially if you're still working. What the fuck, When you get home from work, it's already dark, like it had been. Ain't no fun in that, is there? You got that right. Damn government. I read that. That was funny. Indian chief said white people are strange. They cut one foot off of one end of the blanket and sew it on the other end and think they have a longer blanket. I've read that many times, and that's true. And that's what daylight savings is, or the time change is. There's still only 24 hours in a day. I don't care which end you knock off, there's still 24 hours. And leave it to an Indian to be smarter than the rest of us, right? Well, smarter than the government, anyway. So, let's see what else I got going here. I bought my wife a new printer. It'll be here Saturday. Not 3D printer, just a paper printer. Is the one she has. I gave her my old Epson. The problem is it costs more to ink the damn thing than it's worth. I have an Eco tank, an Epson, and it's got 4 tanks in there with each of the colors. And I get the whole box of colors for $13. And they're good for like 7,000 sheets of paper each. So I couldn't afford to get an Epson, but brother makes one. They call it a Max tank. Same thing basically. And it was on sale for $150, so I bought it for her. So she can use my ink, sorta. The ink itself is the same, but the fill bottles are, I think they're slightly different. I won't know until we get it. Because I already have extra ink, and, you know, the ink has a lifespan of like 5 years. So we'll see. And Tom Grass said, Jim, when we fall back an hour, there is 25 hours a day. No, there ain't. There's always 24 hours in a day, because you're just, you say you're doing what the Indian says. You're taking some off here and putting it on over here. You're moving it, but you're not actually lengthening it. Same way. Andy says, depends if you're sewing the blanket in the dark. I guess that could be. And what if you take that 1 foot of blanket and sew it on the side? Then what happens? You have a wider blanket, but it'll be shorter. See, only 24 hours in a day, except this time of year, you gain an hour at the bar. All right. I'll go along with that. And Chuck says, that's true, Tom. It's this Sunday, only 23. Trackside Mike says, no spring to screw up. No spring to screw us up an hour. No, you don't lose nothing. You don't gain nothing. You're just moving numbers around. That's all it is. Dang hosers. Hey, Floyd, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. We're discussing the imminent time change that will be happening this Sunday, rather. And I think we've all pretty well decided that there's still 24 hours in a day. We're just moving it around a little bit. Ray says, when I worked ranches, the animals didn't do the time change crap. It just meant I had to sleep less. That's true. Even my dog, he doesn't do well. He's still on the old time schedule, no matter what, because that's his internal clock doesn't change. So, he eats at, say, 5 o'clock Eastern time. He's not going to eat at 6 or 4, whatever other time. He's still going to eat it what he thinks is 5 o'clock. And I think we could learn a lot from the animals in that respect. They may be smarter than we are. I don't know. Sure does seem like it, though. Hey, the cats are the same way. We got cats as well, and they're always on, it seems, but they don't understand or accept the time change either. Why would they? Well, there you go. Now that would probably be true. I would like to work nights on this weekend. We would get paid an extra hour. Would you? I don't know. When I worked on the clock, I don't remember ever gaining or losing, because by that reasoning, you would lose an hour when they went the other way. I don't think it makes a difference. I think you put in 8 hours, you get paid for 8 hours. Nice thought, though. Hate to piss on your parade, but Jesse says, Jim, live stream after you. Oh, I will. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm going to run it through its paces. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have any issues with it. Wait, just so you don't worry. I don't work any fucking weekend. My working days are behind me a long time ago. Not that I want them to be, but it just worked out that way. Jim, when I worked third shift, I got an extra hour for the time change. Oh, you're lucky. A lot of places don't do that. You're fortunate that they did that for you. They should, technically. I guess, but you're still only working 8 hours, though. Maybe. Or did you have to work 9 hours because of it? And did they subtract it when it went the other way around? You only get paid for 7 hours? I guess that's where the problems would really come in. Yes, and we should be too. The animals use a circadian rhythm. They just know sunrise and sunset. Exactly. We're supposed to be the same way, and they say that this time change really messes up your circadian rhythm. I believe that. But the Starlink do its updates as well. The tech should walk you through how to set up the times it does, though. Well, Tom from Tom Strange and Thing, he said that they did it the one time, I guess. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. But it only took like 15 seconds to update. So it's not like your phone, apparently. Derek says you have to work 7 or 9 hours depending on which way the clock went. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but technically you're still only working 8 hours. If you actually counted each hour you worked, doesn't matter what the clock says. You still physically only worked 8 hours. Unless they made you work the extra hour and then you would get paid for it. But then if it went the other way, like you said, would you only get paid for 7 hours? It's complicated. Because, guys, people do not have a rhythm. How would you expect them? But we're supposed to. We actually do. But the time changes kind of screwed that all up. My understanding is that all humans do have a circadian rhythm. But it can be reset because you'll get used to the time change about halfway through it, and then before you know it, it changes back and fucks you all up again. And that's the problem. They said the time change is responsible for more heart attacks and other medical problems than anything else. I don't remember that either. When I was a kid, I don't remember I don't remember changing the clocks. I mean, yeah, that was a while back, but I don't remember it. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. No fallback. We get the extra hour pay. Okay. Just use a Zulu clock. There's no time change. That's true. Zulu time. If that didn't fuck y'all up, I don't know what would. That's almost as bad as military time. Now, I can do military time. I'm not sure about Zulu time. Mike said in the spring we get paid the hour for not being there. That's weird. Like I said, you probably thank the unions for that one. The railroads are on standard time now as they don't observe. I did not know that, Jesse. How come they get away with it and the rest of us don't? Let's see it back over here. Jim, the clock goes back to at 2 o'clock, which makes it 1 a.m. And you have to go through that hour again, hence the extra hour. Well, yeah, but technically you'd be working 9 hours. So you're working for the money. You're not getting anything for free. So, I mean, I don't really see the benefit, honestly. Car accident, people get messed up. That's true. Yeah, more accidents too. It just messes everything up. It's just Tom says I remember time clock changes when he was a kid, so we must have had them too, I guess. I just never paid attention. I guess we didn't make an issue of it. We probably didn't know as kids. Parents probably changed the clocks and we had no clue, and they woke us up an hour earlier, an hour later, and we didn't know the difference, I guess. Before I retired, I was in a truck stop in Arizona. That's true. They don't change the clocks. I asked why. He told me it would take too long to reattach them, to read the clock. To reattach. I don't understand the question, but it would take them too long to teach them to read the clock. There you go. Yeah, see, we didn't do it when we were kids. My parents, probably my mother, did it and never bothered to tell us. I'll reteach. Okay, that's the word. Threw me off there a minute. Well, people can't even read an analog clock anymore. I mean, the kids can't. My son can't read one, but it ain't digital. Yeah, what fucking time it is. I swear to God, man. And he's like, what, 26 now? They never taught him in school how to read a clock. I guess that's a common problem with a lot of these kids. I don't get any of it. That's true. I had a clock radio in my bedroom. I had to change the time on that. That's how I remember Dad had the time change. Did I have a clock? I don't think we had clocks in our rooms. I don't remember them anyway. I don't think I got a clock until I was like a teenager. Russ says, I never worked Saturday night, Sunday morning at Gunderson Railcar Factory or any other factory I worked in. There you go. I think all the clocks in our house is automatic now. The cars we have to jack with. Now, my alarm clock is automatic in the bedroom, but none of the other clocks are. The computer clocks are. The car clocks, no, they're not either. And of course, your cell phone clock changes automatically too. Laziness is the cause for not being able to read a real clock. Yeah, kind of. That was the first thing we were taught when we were like in kindergarten, how to read a clock. I mean, that's something that should be the first thing you know. Jay said, I have an analog clock in my bedroom. When I am away, I use my phone as a clock. There you go. We've got digital clocks. We've got analog clocks. I have an analog clock over my computer in the living room. It's a real big clock, but hands. I like that clock. And then in the kitchen, we have one with hands on it. The garage, I have one with hands on it. And digital in the bedroom, digital in the microwave. And then, of course, the TVs and they adjust automatically too. The TVs do, but they're smart TVs. But I said that's one of the first thing would say. I worked every day and every shift at one point in my career. That wasn't the one I was looking for. Where was it? There we go. At school, when someone asked the time, everybody would say, half past kiss my ass. And we used to say, was it half past the monkey's ass and quarter till his balls? That's what we said when we were kids. So funny, though. Let's see. My mom's 2021 Jeep has an automatic clock in it. My dad's 2016 Ford has an analog clock that we have to reset. I've got digitals in all our vehicles, but the Mustang factory digital. And I put an aftermarket clock or stereo in the truck and an aftermarket in my car as well. Well, my car had a digital to begin with, but I had a CD player in it and started eating CDs, so that was it. And then threw it out in the trash and bought an aftermarket. That's true. Everything has a damn clock. Sure seems like it anyway. You know what's that Chinese saying? A man with a watch always knows the time. A man with many watches never knows the time because they never agree with anything, you know. And that's true. And I've got an analog clock here that I built too, you know. And it's actually very accurate. It stays within 30 seconds of my phone clock and the computer clock. But I've had analog ones that would run fast or run slow. I even had digitals that didn't even run the same. Russ, you knew I thought you were already in here. Well, hey, good to see you, man. I could have sworn I said hi to you before, though. There you go. Russ says I use my old iPhone 7 Plus for my current alarm clock. There you go. Whatever works, you know. Kitchen has a wall clock, microwave clock, toaster oven clock, and a stove clock. Try to get them all at the same time. Big pain in the ass. We don't even set the clock in the microwave because it's like fucking pointless. So we just got the analog clock hanging on the wall, and that's good enough, you know. And it's usually within a couple minutes accuracy of the one in the living room, and which is actually very accurate compared to the computers. You remember that saying? That's as old as the hills, but it was common. Boyd says he has a sundial in the backyard. I had a sundial many, many years ago. We had it in the front yard. It was a small one, about that big around, on a pedestal. It was kind of cool. John goes, yeah, Jim, I remember that. It's funny how you remember stupid shit like that, you know. It was kind of almost a song in a way, you know. Half past monkey's ass, quarter till his balls. And there was probably more to it, but I don't remember any of it. Derek says, I forgot also had a clock on the cable box too. I don't have a cable box, but yeah, it had one when I did have one. Just you just stay up once and watch the clock turn backward. Kind of cool to see it happen. Oh, one that automatically changes? Yeah. They have analog clocks that self-regulate too. They're expensive and hard to find. And those actually do run backwards for a bit. Pretty cool. iPhone resets itself so they are standard bears. And there you go. Yeah, I guess you'd have to, wouldn't you? Do you move the sundial for daylight saving time? I never did, so it was probably wrong, half the year, but it was more for novelty than actually telling time. But yeah, I guess technically you would have to if you wanted to keep it accurate. Yeah, he says I try and keep it accurate. Yeah, that makes sense. My microwave and stove clocks are in sync with my iPhone clock. You're lucky, that doesn't happen often. The voice says, but I'm not going out at 2 a.m. to change it. How would you even do that in the dark anyway? You'd have to do it during the day. Analog clocks are the real clocks. Yeah, pretty much. Andy, luckily Stonehenge wasn't a clock. How do you know? It could have been. I just watched a YouTube video on that. They're saying that there's an underground city underneath Stonehenge that they did ground piercing radar to figure that out. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't think they'll ever tell us the truth anyway. And Ray says, are you sure about that, Chuck? No Neolithic men to ask. That's true. I don't know what the hell's going on with that shit. They're afraid to disturb it, but if there really is something under there, I'd want to know what the hell it is. I'd start digging and find out, See, what I don't understand, I have an issue with all this stuff. Like the dinosaurs, they claim that they roamed the earth at one point. That's fine, but why are they like a mile down? How did they get down that far? Has the planet gotten bigger over time? It would have to. Where did the dirt come from? There's things here that they can't answer questions to because nobody fucking knows. So, there's cities beneath the ground, like from Roman shit. Well, how did they get down there? It's a little questionable. Jesse goes, well, back to work for me. See you tomorrow, Jim, on your new internet live stream. All right, hopefully. Have a good one. Don't work too hard, Jesse. We'll see you later, man. Thanks for popping in. And Chuck says, I believe it was more of a calendar, Ray, but who really, that's true. You don't know. Could be a calendar, could have been a clock, could have just been for, sacrificing Vestal virgins. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. And it may not be any of the above. Who knows? Maybe it was art at the time. Sedimentary like your home. That's something I'm guilty of, not them. I'm very sedimentary. I think that's the word, right? Oh, here we go. Thank you, Jesse. I have an intro video coming soon to introduce him on my channel. He is Bob the Train Cat. That's a cute cat, man. I didn't even notice that before. That's another good question. Why is the old Farmer's Almanac more accurate than the Weatherman? Because they relied on natural signs to determine the weather instead of fucking computers, Now, if the weatherman would stick his head out the window once in a while, we'd probably get an accurate weather report. But they don't do that. The only thing I could figure anyway. No. Oh. So what else am I doing here anyway? I'm kind of rearranging a few things and trying to free up some space, but it's hard to do. Like, as you can see, that everything's a disaster. which is fine because I'm getting things accomplished. And hopefully at some point I'll get it all cleaned up again. I think once I get this drop iron done, I'll probably concentrate on the second level a bit, or not, who knows. And I gotta look at some of the things on the low level, and how if I want to move some things around or what I might. I don't know. Problem is the way I laid this out, it doesn't give you a lot of, what's the word for it, expandability maybe. I mean, everything seems to be in its proper place as best as it can be. So moving it might be an issue. Debbie's got her glass factory, a glass and jar factory. So I was going to put it up on the second level. She says, I don't want it there. Well, where the hell do you want it? There's not many places to put it. Well, put it in that area that's, basically the open land where my house is. And I said, well, what the hell? It's our railroad. We can do whatever the hell we want on it, But so I've got it there. I want to repaint it, and I got new decals for it. I showed you them a couple weeks ago. I got to put a parking lot in for her. I'll probably use styrene for that. Which I'm going to have to buy some more styrene. I think I'm just about out of it, and I do need more because on this side here, I've got a highway that's supposed to go all the way down. Well, it's only about 4 foot long right now. So I've got to cut more styrene, get the striping on it, which I'll buy more of that too. The, how they call it, the, can't remember the name of the company now, Highways and Byways. They've got the self-adhesive lines and all kinds of cool stuff. And that's what I used to begin with. So I'm going to buy more of that. So I got professional lines on the roads. Got to get it to go all the way down on that end. Plus, I'm going to probably run a road up on the top, too, that goes pretty much all the way around. Like a service road. I've got to get that in yet. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. Andy says, best stone circle in the UK is Avebury, not Stonehenge. Avebury is 1,200 foot diameter with a village inside it. Well, that's cool. I didn't even know about that. Because, the only thing they brag about is Stonehenge, There's a lot of structures that we know very little about. And, we don't want to, it's like the pyramids, they've never really investigated them. I mean, I would even have, there's enough of them. Let's tear one down and see what's inside. They won't do it because, it's a historical marker. We don't know what the hell's going on with it, though, Let's find out. Let's see. Russ says my new train cave is only 10 foot by 10 foot. That's fine. That's what you got to work with, then that's what you got to work with. As long as you're happy with it, that's all that matters, Don't worry about what everybody else has. I mean, yeah, what do I got here? 12 by, actually 11. 11 wide by, I think, 20, not 26 or 27 long. I wish I had more, but, we always wish we had more, but you got to work with what you got. That's it. Floyd says, is it better than a traffic circle? Yeah, right. Andy says, LOL, better. It's a really cool gaff. Boy, there you go. So, yeah, so I wanted to light up all of the background buildings on this side, and I've got the LED strip lights. And I think if I pull them all back and put the strip lights on the wall, it'll illuminate almost every building. So there's a couple buildings that are self-illuminated, which I got to run wires to, but the rest of the stuff, I'd like to get illuminated, so I might just do that. It's just, like I said, it's mostly a matter of, having the time to put in here and actually cracking down and doing stuff. Model railroads are always looking for more. That's true. More real estate area. That's true. I mean, if you had a city block, you'd want two. Yeah. And Ray says there's no limit to how small a train cave can be. That's true. I mean, whatever works for you, or whatever whatever you have to work with. I mean, what I should have done, looking back, I literally had $107,000 after I bought this place. I paid cash for it. I sold the house down in Naples for $298. I paid $172 for this one. So I had $107,000 in the bank. I couldn't keep it because if I kept it, I would have been taxed on it. And if I used it, because most of it went back into the house, here or there, and I didn't get taxed on it. What I should have did, now this building was $8,000. I should have bought two of them. I had the money, and put them side by side, and I would have had basically 24 by 32, knocked out the center wall of both of them. And I wouldn't need a drop down either. I'd be able to do circles, and an island or two. I don't know why I didn't do that. I wasn't thinking. Well, thank you, Andy. 1218. There you go. John says my train room is only 6 by 6. I know yours is small, but still, it looks good. And if you're happy with it, that's really all that matters, And Sat Floyd says, have you guys seen these new train paint jobs? First class and two unveil. I'll have to check them out later. Check them out. It might be pretty cool. There you go. Dave says, use what you have. My first layout was in a closet. That's about a big closet, right? There's one effective way to run a train. Lay track down and turn it on. There you go. Hey, Grandpa Rails. How you doing, JD? Good to see you here. Where'd that go here? Yeah, this thing's getting way ahead of me here. When I was a kid, I slid my slot card. Yeah, I did the same thing. Because I didn't have a train at the time, but I had HO cars. And I had it on a piece of plywood and slid it under the bed when I wasn't playing with it. It was cool when it kept it out of the way, Hey, Edward, how's it going? Happy Valley Hobbies. Good to see you, Ed. Let's see. Russ says my old train cave was 6 by 6, 2 levels, O scale. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. Hindsight is 2020. A lot of shit I should have did, man. I bought that John Deere riding tractor. It was the cheapest one they had, and I paid $1,800 or $1,900 for it. For a few hundred more, I could have got a nicer one, a John Deere, with a hydrostat. This one doesn't have a hydrostat, and it's really hard to push the pedal down, especially since the throttle is on my right leg, which is the weakness that I got from the stroke. But at a hydrostat, it's been like a feather, and reverse would have been just right then and there. Right now, I gotta push a button and pull the lever back to go into reverse. It's a pain in the ass. Once again, I just I mean, I try and save money sometimes, but it's not always smart to save money. Sometimes you just should spend it and be done with it. Dave says 3 by 5 in the closet. There you go. That's true. He does have a lot there for 6x6. I mean, it looks good if you ask me. John says I try and make the most of it. Absolutely. Ray says, of course, I definitely would never run a train inside a paddle pool full of water. No, probably not a good idea. Trains don't do well in the water. Electricity and water don't mix well. All right, Floyd, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Have a good night and a safe and fun weekend. We'll see you next week, hopefully on Starlink. Russ says, be right back. I got to move my truck. My wife will be home soon. Hey, go for it, man. Have you seen Sparky? Oh, Trackside Mike. I don't know. He was on my show last week for a bit in the chat. What are you thanking me for? Is that right? Try telling that to a guy named Sam. He lives somewhere across the pond. Okay, whatever. I don't know. Like I said, it is what it is. We all want more than we have. That's just human nature, I guess. Like I said, if you had a city block, you'd want more. If you had the whole state, you'd want more. Yeah. Of course, yeah, I mean, originally I wanted to go 20 by 40. I think it was 20 by 40, right? Or 20 by 30. One of the two. I don't even remember now. But I'm kind of glad I didn't in a way because remember, the bigger your area, the more it's going to cost you to outfit it. So that's something you got to look at too, you know. What's that, Derek? Big Jim, you forgot to tell Floyd, have a good night. Don't do anything. Now, yeah. I don't say that to everybody, just select few, you know. The ones who I know would probably do just that. So like I said, if I'd had like even buying two sheds, I would have cost me twice as much to put walls in, put electricity in, do bench work, you know, and then I would have had a wall. I mean, it still would have been cool to do it. I kind of regret not doing it now, but you know, but it would have taken. I would have had half my layout would have been empty because you know I didn't have a bottomless pit for money. I said I paid $8,000 for the shed. I probably spent another $2,000 walls, insulation, electrical, and bench work. Now we're up to $10,000, and then actually getting the bench work set up for trains. You probably had another $3,000 or $4,000 on that. So I probably got 15 grand tied up in this thing already, which you know you don't get much for your money these days, you know. But it's like Crooked Dave, he was showing off his engines, you know, his locomotives on the in his cabinets. You figure each one of those things were about $300. You probably had $10,000 worth of locos. I could be wrong, maybe not quite as much, but it sure looked like it. And that's really cool, but you know, I couldn't afford that. And you know, so I'm on a very, you know, oh yeah, plus heating and cooling too. Well, yeah, the air conditioner was another 1,000. So, you know, like I said, it adds up, you know. And I had to build a new computer for out here too. That was another grand. Yeah, and then another 300 for a paper printer. You got I think close to a little over 400 for the 3D printers, not including the resin printers. That's another $200 there. I mean, yeah, the shit adds up fast, you know. I mean, it's ridiculous, but that's what it is. You know, we are all engaged in a very expensive hobby, and it's probably never going to get any cheaper either. Sparky was on someone's chat over the weekend, just don't remember which one. He was on my chat last week for a bit. I'm sure he's been on other chats too. And he said, think Sparky dropped into mine on Sunday. Possibly. So, and that's another problem too. Well, we've talked about this many times, so I won't harp on it, but you know, it's hard to catch all the live streams, and there's so many of them, you know. So I kind of just pick a couple that I like, and that's what I go with, you know. Edward says, when I was younger, I wanted a mansion-sized empire. Now older, I believe 20 by 30 is a nice size. There you go. It's true, though. I mean, you know, when you're young, your eyes are way bigger than your wallet or your stomach or whatever. Remember your mother used to say, your eyes are bigger than your stomach. Mine weren't always, but sometimes they were. But, you know, as you get older, you start getting more realistic about what you really want to do. No hobby is getting it. Well, that's true, Ray. I mean, not really. Oh, Sparky was on James' show and said he was starting on a second. Well, doesn't Sparky have 3 levels? He hasn't done anything on the second. I mean, I haven't paid attention. I think, yeah, he still has to work on both the second and third levels. Once again, you know, I'm on my second level, and right now I've got more space and I've got stuff to put on it. That will be fixed apparently at some point, but, you know, I said the more area you have, the more buildings you need, the more track you need, the more train cars you need, you know. It keeps multiplying, man, and it's going to break you. Well, that's true, Ed. Money is getting worthless, which really sucks. I guess it is. I forgot about it. I was going to play with it. I tried the first time. I couldn't get it to do anything. And I don't know if it's because he didn't have it turned on, or I didn't know what the hell it was doing or what. But if I remember, I'll have to play with it sometime. But probably when he's actually there. Well, that's true. 3D printing is helping to lower prices. Tom Grassie's Roundhouse is a good example. You know, half of my layout is 3D printed, you know, and there'll be a lot more. And with the 3D printers getting even better now, it's going to, you know, we're going to get much nicer looking stuff. You know, the only problem is, and we talked about this last week, unfortunately, California, they want to regulate 3D printers. And they say if they do it, it'll become federalized and it'll be nationwide, all in the name to stop, you know, printing guns. Which, how many people are printing guns anyway? And are you dumb enough to even shoot one? Take your life in your hand shooting a plastic gun. You know, but this is what they do. If something catches on and the people get, you know, really dive into it, the state will come along and run and regulate the shit out of it. Ah, good one, and probably true, Andy. I'll tell you what, if they ever tax me for farting, I'll be in trouble. I don't do so much on nose picking, but, you know, a lot of farting going on. Hey, give them time, they'll do it. You know, they'll call it, you know, environmental. Well, you know, you're pumping greenhouse gases in the atmosphere when you fart, so we're going to have to tax you on that. Spamberger might, yeah. She might too. That her name's Spanberger. And why do these people keep getting elected? Who's the morons that are voting for them? You know, like that jackass in New York, you know. Did you really believe you were going to get shit for free? Are you that fucking stupid? Nothing in fucking life is free. There's always a price attached to it, one way or another. And you'd think adults would know this by now. Apparently, some don't. Careful with your camera, Andy. Big Brother is watching and listening. I might send you a bill. Yeah, right? Well, you never know. But this, like I said, it's just, this is where we're at, though. You know, he said, and I kind of knew it was coming because I'm thinking, man, these 3D printers are the greatest thing literally since sliced bread. You know, you turned your house into a factory almost, you know. You could actually manufacture stuff that's accurate, good looking, cheap, you know. Better keep some corks handy. That's the problem with farting, though. A cork won't hold it back for long. It's the morons that don't vote that get them elected. That could be, Derek. I don't know. I mean, there should be a law against. I know we live in a free country, and that's a double-edged sword. It really is. You know, it's like I was talking on my Wise Guy video. I was talking about how the government or the Democrats anywhere are crying because the government wants to bring back prayer in school, saying the Pledge of Allegiance stuff, which we did when we were kids. And I know you guys that were my age or older, you all did the same thing. You got to remember it. You know. So we recited the Lord's Prayer, said the Pledge of Allegiance. You weren't forced to do it, but I don't remember anybody in the class not doing it, you know. Well, of course, now it's being brought up and they're saying, you know, because the government's trying to fix some of the problems in this country, and they think, you know, that might actually help, and it might, you know. But the Democrats, oh, you can't, it's church, separation of church and state. Where in the Constitution does that sentence exist? It doesn't. And if you read the First Amendment, it specifically says the government cannot establish a religion like England did. England has a Church of God. All right. That's why the fucking pilgrims left, because they wanted to practice Protestantism or whatever. They weren't allowed to do that in England. You had to do what the government said. So in our country, the government can't create a specific religion that you have to follow. It also says that they can't interfere with the practice of any religion. But I'm sure the founders didn't foresee Satanism and Islam as a potential religion in this country. If they had, I think they would have fixed it so you can have any religion you want in America as long as it ain't Satanism or Islam, because those religions are antithetical to American values. But you know, this is, and it's the same with the politician. Apparently, any moron could run for office. There should be a test. Are you going to follow the Constitution? If not, we're sorry, you can't run. And if you lie and say you will, but don't, you'll be arrested and thrown in prison. Maybe even ejected from the country permanently. You know? I mean, I realize, like I said, we have freedoms in this country, but we're not using common sense along with those freedoms. Some things should simply not be allowed because they're detrimental to society. How many terrorist attacks have we had in America since we invaded Iran? You know. Now, I don't believe that we should have done that, but I'm not in charge. You know. But regardless, we let the enemy in the gates and then go fuck with their country and can't understand why they're creating terrorist attacks in America. Well, you dumbass, don't let them over here. If they're terrorists, why are they here? You know, we should round up every fucking Arab, raghead, whatever, and say, you know what, we're sending you back to your home country. You can't live in America. First off, we don't like you covering up your fucking women because it's fucking stupid. And we don't do that here, you know. And we're never going to establish Sharia law because, once again, it's not compatible with American government or American law. But we don't do that. This is the problem. So your heating in your shed is by nature gas, and that could be a little stinky after a while. I prefer electric heat myself. Tom says, Jim, I don't feel bad. I'm surrounded by idiots and government. Well, we all are, you know. I mean, you more so than I am, but we got our morons here too, believe me. Deb was telling me, it was in the newspaper or on the internet, that the next town over, Avon Park, which is just north of here, they just arrested and recalled the entire city council and the mayor. She doesn't know why. They didn't say specifically, but obviously they were breaking the law somewhere. But at least we're willing to do something about it, you know. If they're breaking the law, if they're anti-constitutional or anti-America, they should be thrown out forever, you know. Now, look what happened in New York. That one fucking idiot that he had to resign there. I can't remember his name now. Not the black guy, the one before him. He is running again against Mandani. I mean, he obviously didn't win because, you know, he had to resign in disgrace because, you know, he killed people or had people killed. But why did they let him run again? He should be forbidden from ever running for anything, including dog catcher, you know. I'm afraid the UK, yeah, well, it is. Hey, you guys got real problems over there, Eddie. And you're letting all them fucking ragheads in, and they're taking over your country. You know. Oh, yeah, that's another Virginia wanted to do. That fucking Spamberger, she wants to create a bill or get a law passed through that will make Islamophobia illegal. It'll become a felony. So if you say, I don't like that Arab motherfucker or whatever, you could go to jail because that's Islamophobic. That's bullshit. I don't think it'll ever go through. But the very idea that somebody in power wants to pass a bill like that should be grounds for automatic removal forever. You know? And I don't know what the hell is with these people. I mean, why are they supporting? Why are you backing up your enemy? And they are our enemy because, you know, they hate us. You know. They call America the Great Satan. Well, if you hate it here, why the fuck are you here? Get the fuck out, you know? But hey, what do I know, right? So that's what I'm saying. We don't ever use common sense in this country. It just went out the door. I don't know if it's always been that way. I don't think it has. But here lately, it seems to be the way things go. You know. He said, you're talking about global warming when there's snow on the ground and it's sub-zero temperatures, but they're concerned with global warming. How do you reconcile that? You just can't, you know. I mean, anybody with a brain. She's a textbook example of a flaming idiot. Oh, you're being nice there, John, but you're correct. Ed says, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Dark helmet. There you go. Hillary Jr. Yeah, that fucking bitch, too. You saw they request she was getting deposed or whatever. She got all pissed off and got up and walked away. Hey, sit your ass down, bitch, and finish answering the questions. And if you lie, we're going to throw your ass in prison for the rest of your fucking life. That's what they should be telling her. But, oh, no. Oh, we're sorry, Hillary. We didn't mean to upset you. You know, bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I remember that one. Fiddling while Rome burns. Isn't that what Nero did? Crazy. Jim, at least those two idiots from Texas did not. Well, yeah, Green and Crockett, and so did that one-eyed motherfucker. He didn't win either. Shit, I can't remember his name now. He got primaried. Green got primaried, and Crockett got primaried. Couldn't happen a better bunch, you know. And hopefully they'll never be elected again anywhere, because they're all a bunch of fucking commie rhinos. Yeah, I know. Doesn't that make sense? That's why they always keep buying oceanfront property. Yeah, because the seas are going to rise 15 feet next year or whatever the hell it's going to happen. So let's buy property right on the water. What could go wrong, right? That's how you know it's bullshit. And we got rid of a rhino yesterday. Well, yeah, you're in Texas. I'd say you got Crockett, Green, and what was the other guy's name? The one with the eye patch? I can't remember his name now. He's out of there too. And it's about time, because they're all fucking worthless. You know? That's what I'm saying. And Crenshaw, that's it. I couldn't remember his name. You know, these people are worthless. They're anti-American. You know, Crenshaw is a veteran, but he's opposed to gun ownership. How the fuck can you be a soldier and not be okay with guns? It doesn't make sense, you know. And that was just one of the problems that people had with him. So I don't know, you know. It's just getting worse and worse. Like I said, and people, you know, you said when Ma'am Danny in New York promised free bus rides and free food and free housing, and oh, we got to vote for him because we're going to get everything for free. Are you fucking stupid? How do you figure you're going to get that shit for free? It ain't going to happen, you know. And if people are really that stupid, then maybe we're in bigger trouble than we realize. Tom says maybe them buying beachfront property is doing us a favor when they all get swept away in the water. That would be great news. Except it ain't going to happen, Tom. You know, because as stupid as they are, they're not that stupid. You know. And they got their private jets and their big fucking cars. You know, that one fucking asshole, the one that started this green shit anyway, the vice president, I can't remember his name. His mansion has something like 13 air conditioners in his mansion. His electric bill is like $4,000 a month. All right, but we gotta cut back. We gotta start saving the world. Yeah, Al Gore. I never remember his name. Al Gore is a fucking hypocrite and a liar if there ever was one. You know, come on, really? If this was a real problem, first off, you wouldn't even be allowed to have 13 air conditioners in your house. Or a private jet. He wastes more money and pollution flying all over the fucking world. And yet he's sitting there preaching the rest of us. We got to give up our cars and we got to quit farting and quit eating meat because, you know, cows fart and they're destroying the planet. I mean, come on, really? One really big earthquake in Arizona's beachfront property. This is true, Andy. And we got our fingers crossed. Well, it happened? I hope so. What's that? The guy that invented the internet. Oh, yeah, Gore. Didn't he claim he invented the internet? Lying bastard. The military, actually, was it the Navy, I think, that invented the internet? But it was private until they let the rest of us use it. And Gore was never in the service, I don't believe. Ray says there's a guy in Cali running for something, and he is a convicted registered child molester. And peeps out there endorsing him. They are fed up out there. Fucked up out there, yeah. So I'm saying, a child molester, let's make him the governor or whatever he's running for. What could go wrong? Yeah, an executive order allowing adults to have sex with a child of any age. Yeah, And why is this guy still breathing? I want to know that. Why is he not swinging off a tree? He should be, you know. Even Trump said he wanted to give the death penalty to all child molesters. I don't know if they'll let him do it or not, but they should. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was the Army or Navy. But I knew one of them did. It was the military. So that straightened me out anyway. Yeah, I mean, the internet's a great thing, but in some ways, it's probably a bad thing too, you know. Well, maybe not the internet itself, but a lot of people using aspects of it are bad. Tim Berners-Lee invented the WWW. Okay, wasn't aware of that either. Al Gore also spearheaded. Yeah, well, remember it was global cooling first. You remember back in I think it was in the 70s or 80s, he predicted by 1999 or whatever that we were going to be like Eskimos, that the planet was going to freeze over because we're destroying the atmosphere. And then when like I said, they had to cancel 2 global cooling summits or global. No, then they went to global warming because I don't remember why, and then they changed it to the climate change because they had 2 global warming summits that were snowed out. It's hard to push a narrative when nature's saying I don't think so. That's a good question, John. Maybe she's finally getting a little. She needs some. She needs it bad. I just don't know anybody crazy enough to do it to her. That's the problem. She's been quiet lately, though. Well, what's the they threw her out of Italy last I heard because she dyed the Venice River green, and it didn't do any damage, but it pissed off the Italians. And they said, "That's it. You're fucking out of here." And they throw her out of the country and told them they'll never come back. Who cares? Well, inquiring people want to know, right? Andy said, I wouldn't touch her with yours. I wouldn't touch her with yours either. You couldn't pay me enough to. No, ain't enough money. But Joe Biden also kept claiming here had done everything and invented. Oh yeah, well, Biden was just on TV trashing Trump or something, and it was so outrageous that really, yeah. Why is he not in a nursing home? That's where he belongs. He should be there. But like I said, they got all these whack jobs running around out there. And this is what happens when you shut down all the psychiatric facilities. The nut houses. They need to bring back insane asylums and start filling them up with these clowns. No doubt about that, Tom. Biden is brain dead. Damn right he is. I think he was brain dead a long time ago, and they just kind of pushed him in there. And I bet you if you asked him when nobody was around, if what he did for a living before, he wouldn't know he was the president. I wouldn't doubt it anyway. Biden should be a gitmo, yeah. Actually, he should be swinging off a tree too. But that's just me, I guess. Ah, yes, care in the community. Absolutely. Well, Biden sold this country out. Yeah, well, he did. And and he's a pedophile too, And that brain surgery he had was experimental because in order to keep him out of prison, he had to agree to the brain surgery, and it was supposedly the operation was supposed to make him not be a pedophile anymore. It didn't work. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is, but, you know, he was never right anyway. I mean, I said, this is the only person who spent 40 years in politics and not accomplish a single thing. You know, literally never got any bills passed. That should tell you everything you need to know right there. Child hair sniffer. And nipple pincher, and, you know, I'm telling you what, if I'd have been that girl's father when he pinched that little girl's nipple, I would have laid that motherfucker out. I don't give a fuck if he's president or not. It'd be worth going to jail over. Touch my fucking daughter, I'll fucking mess you up. You know, and that's what should have happened, but unfortunately it didn't. You know, I don't know what the hell's wrong with some of these people. They're just not right. Hell, I don't get it. I guess normal people wouldn't, right? I don't understand why a grown man would be interested in a child anyway. I mean, they got nothing there. You know. I wouldn't even, the thought never crossed my mind, let alone actually considering it, you know. It would never happen. I didn't realize he was a shirt lifter. He probably was, you know. But I mean, seriously, I just don't get it. I mean, I had strict rules with dating, you know. When I was 18, you had to be at least 18, you know. When I got 21, you had to be at least 18. And no way I would ever have anything to do with somebody under 18 because, well, one, it was a jail sentence. And two, why? You know. Only other is not his own, Andy. Don't forget there are women. Well, yeah, I know they do it too, but I could sort of understand why a woman would. Because they're so desperate, they'll take anything that's hard, you know. They were probably using broomsticks and Coke bottles and baseball bats and whatever else they could find, you know, cucumbers or whatever. So when they finally get something live, they're going, oh, it's a bonus, regardless of how old it is. I did my teacher in middle school, you know. I've never told anybody her name, and even today I won't do it, but, you know. And she wasn't that much older. I mean, she was like, well, however old you got to be a teacher. That's how old she was. And I was, what, 15 at the time? Let's not forget there are some women out there who are just as creepy as men. Well, that's true. You know, it's like I said, and it's in reality, I'll say something that, you know, might offend a few people, but there is certain truth to it. I don't agree with it because we live in a different time, but it wasn't that long ago when 13-year-olds got married. It was considered acceptable. If a girl wasn't married by the time she was 13, she was considered an old maid. Now, most of these 13-year-old girls married, you know, 15, 16-year-old boys. So they were both young, you know. I mean, I'm sure there were occasions where a 13-year-old married a 30-year-old. That's a little weird. But, you know. So, but people forget, you know. Like I said, but it was a different time back then. You know, in the 20s and 30s, you could survive with very little. So, you know, I mean, girls become women at 13. Boys become men at 13. You know, at least the Jews think so anyway. The bat mitzvah for the girls, 13 years old, they become a woman in Jewish eyes. The bar mitzvah for boys, a boy becomes a man at 13 in the Jewish eyes. You know. Cougars and pedos, 13-year-old was Wild West times. You know. No, it went up into the 30s. You know, even my dad. I mean, my dad was 20 years younger than my mother was, you know. He married her at 18. So, I mean, she was an adult, but, you know, he's 13. He would have been, what, 30, 36, something like that. I know there's 20 years between them, so, and there's 40 years between me and my dad before he passed. So I don't have an issue with that, except like I said, today that would be different. Yeah, some female high school teacher or principal just got caught. It happens more often than not, you know. It is what it is. And old Jerry Lee Lewis, yeah, married his cousin. Well, like, and you know, in some states, in New York and New York, and I'm not sure about Jersey, but in New York, you can marry your second cousin once removed. I don't fucking really understand what that means, but you're allowed to do it because they figure there's enough of a distance in blood that you wouldn't have any issues. I remember there was a time when a potential husband and wife had to get a blood test, one to make sure they weren't related, and also to make sure that there wasn't any compatibility problems between them. Because they weren't always, you know, like my mother was O negative. My dad was AB positive, like me. She had to get, there was a shot she had to take. I can't remember what it was called. Otherwise, she would have died in childbirth. Well, you know, that would have been in 1959 when I was born. In the 30s and 40s, they didn't have that shot. And the problem was that the two different bloods, well, they wouldn't cooperate with each other. So, you know, there was a reason they did things. And then, like I said, thanks to medical technology, I don't think any state does a blood test anymore, you know. But no, he said it's impossible to marry young today because let's face it, a 13-year-old isn't going to hold down a decent job to buy a house or even pay rent and support a wife and possibly a baby. Where, you know, back in the day they could. And today that's just not possible. So I think that's why it basically fell out of favor. But then, like I said, it's one thing for a 16-year-old to marry a 13-year-old or a 15-year-old or whatever. It's another thing for, you know, a 30 or 40-year-old to marry a 13-year-old. That I got an issue with. Good thing Jerry Lee didn't have a club foot. He would have kicked the piano apart. There you go. And he had a song, whole lot of shaking going on. There you go. Like I said, you know, there's certain things like, you know, I started working a real job at 15 years old. 13, I had a paper route. I think 14, I was still doing paper route. And then 15, I actually got a job as a mechanic in a junkyard. My first job, you know. And you can't do that today. You know, I was working at the golf course. My 18-year-old son wanted to come work for me, and I could have hired him. But I had to clear it with my boss first because he said, you know, technically we can't hire anybody under 21. Why not? Because we got machinery here. Yeah, so what? Well, he could get hurt. Hell, anybody could get hurt. They let these fucking Mexicans operate machinery. It's a wonder, you know, a few of them aren't missing toes and fingers yet because, you know, they're stupid. And a couple of times I've saved a few of them from losing body parts. So they made an exception for him, but normally, but even then, he wasn't allowed to use the machine that sharpened the reels. Anything else he could do, but he couldn't use that machine because they deemed it too dangerous for an 18-year-old. And I'm thinking, shit, when I was 15, I was driving forklifts, tow trucks, in the yard, taking cars apart, fixing it. I did all kinds of shit at 15, And you're telling me that an 18-year-old can't? Oh, that's fucking crazy. But that's where we're at, And I made good money too. My first job, I was getting paid. Well, I was making a little over $100 a week, and at one point, working the junkyard, I was making $300 a week, which was under the table money. I was making damn good money, But by that time, I think I was, I was 17 when I was making $300 a week at a boneyard. So, but like I said, today you can't do that. It's almost impossible. So, things have changed. It's unfortunate because it seems like the more civilized we get, the more fucked up we get. Chuck says, I started at 15 in the factory on the East Coast. Yeah, see, there you go. That's what I'm saying. We all did it, because that was the thing. I quit school. I wanted to make money, get a real job, and that's what I did. I quit halfway through the 10th grade. I was 15. Wasn't legally allowed to quit, but I did anyway. Said, fuck you. I quit at 16 with parental consent, which I had consent, but I didn't want to waste a half a year learning nothing. I'd rather get in the workforce. So I did it anyway, and they didn't pursue it. They threatened my dad, and he says, you can arrest me, but he's still not going to school. So what's the point? Because they threatened to arrest him because he basically said, he's an adult. He can do what the hell he wants. But, like I said, the arrest says, I remember getting a work permit at 14 so I could work as a landscape worker. That's cool. Yeah, I think it would have been tough to get a job at 14. But like you said, they had work permits. There were exceptions. If you could prove that you needed to help your family financially, they would give you a work permit. I think it's as low as 12 or 13 in some places. Oh, that's true, Tom. And that's, once again, another issue. Problem today is people are afraid to get sued. And that's another thing. I mean, if I got hurt on a job, I'm not going to sue you for my stupidity. And I've gotten hurt on a job before. I could have sued. But why? First off, the first time you sue, it's like putting a bullseye on your head or a sign saying, never hire me because nobody will. Once they find out you sued. So that would be stupid in the first place. And like I said, it was my own stupidity that I got hurt on the job. It wasn't the job's fault. It's not like they made me get hurt. Sometimes shit happens. The junkyard, I whacked part of my finger off. This one here. Right at the nail. Whacked it. Well, I was hanging by a thread. It might as well have been clean off. My stupidity that it happened. I was in a hurry. I wasn't paying attention. And boom. My boss had an attitude. He thought I was trying to get out of work, and I'm going, are you stupid? That's another story I won't go into, but I would never sue him over that, I mean, it did piss me off when I threatened to sue him, but I knew that realistically I couldn't anyway, because I was working under the table. He says, you can't even prove you work for me. Yeah, that's true. You're right. I can't put a bullet in your head. I don't have to worry about suing you then. He was threatening me. I said, no, I'll kick your ass first. He goes, you ain't got the balls. He was wrong. We got in a fist fight. And neither one of us was winning. And the other two guys working there pulled us apart. I said, don't fuck with me, man. I got hurt. My fault. I'm just asking for a couple of days off. Not even asking to get paid because, it's my stupidity. And you're making a big ordeal out of it, man. Grow up. But anyway. So, and then, like I said, they shouldn't be allowed to sue over stupid shit, It was when I worked at the electrical warehouse, the main company in Fort Myers, it was a satellite company. They had a young guy running a forklift. Well, the forklift had bad brakes on it. The guy knew this, you know. But anyway, he stopped it on the loading ramp, which was at an angle, and got in between it and the truck. Well, he got gored by a fork. It didn't kill him, but he turned around and sued the shit out of the company. Well, granted, they should have fixed the brakes on it, but he knew. So whose fault is it really? And why would you leave the forks up? If I knew I had bad brakes, I'd shut the thing off, but not before I put the forks on the ground so that if it did roll, it wouldn't hurt anything, you know. Well, of course, I wouldn't be dumb enough to park it on an incline anyway with a bad parking brake. And like I said, this guy sued them and got millions. It's bullshit, you know. Let's see. Tom says, I got a work credit 14 to work in a gas station pumping gas. That's cool. Ray says, oops, jumped ahead there. I'm grateful they had actual blue collar classes back in junior high and high school back, and that's true, we did. Time to hit the hammock. Cheers, Jim, and folks, keep pumping the gas. There you go. All right, Andy, have a good night, man, and thanks for popping in. Be safe, have a fun weekend, and, you know, don't do anything I wouldn't do. It leaves you wide open. And we'll see you next week. Well, yeah, he did. I mean, you know, I said, and now you got the license to run those things. You know, when I worked in the junkyard, I don't know what you guys know, but we called it a pettibone. It was a massive forklift for picking up cars, you know. And I almost killed the guy with it, but it wasn't my fault. My first day at the job, and this other idiot had the car up about maybe 2 foot off the ground, you know, on the forklift, and he got under there to pull the drive shaft off. Well, he didn't check to make sure there were lug nuts on the wheels. Apparently there weren't any, and the car fell on him. I'm the only one back there. So instead, I jumped up in the thing, and I pulled the lever back, you know, to pick it up off him, right? Well, whoever was the mechanic for it reversed everything. So the controls were backwards, the string was even backwards. So fortunately, I quick, and I threw the thing forward and kind of flipped it off him. It still fucked him up a little bit. He got like 3 broken ribs and I think a broken arm. He got lucky because he was in the sand. Otherwise, he'd have been killed. But I never seen him again after that day. He went to the hospital. I think he quit after that. But, you know, but it wasn't my fault because, hey, you know, it should have been working the way I thought it would have. I didn't know the whole shit was backwards. Like I said, it was my first day on the job. That wasn't even part of my job as running a forklift. I was supposed to be a parts, you know, remover. But, you know, the reality is that shit happens. Now, he was stupid because you never trust hydraulics on a forklift. And that's what happened. The thing sank down, the tires were off, or the lug nuts were off. When it slid off the forks, the tires fell off and it landed on him. He should have put some tires and wheels underneath the frame, regardless of whether there was lug nuts on the tires or not. You know. And realistically, he could have threw the car up on his side and pulled the drive shaft out. That's what I would have done because I did a lot of that shit, you know. Gas tank removal, I throw it up on its side, get the torches and cut the tank straps. And a lot of people, I remember the first time my boss, he said, you know how to use torches, right? Yeah, I know how to use them. He says, oh, go cut the tank out of that car. I said, are you stupid? Well, you do it. I'll stand back here and watch, you know. He said, no, it's safe. He said, well, then you show me. So he did. He said, all you got to do is make sure you don't hit the tank and make sure there's a cap on the tank. And actually, if there's more gas in it, it's safer than if it's empty. Because if you get the flame on the tank and it punctures it, you're going to blow up, you know, and you could get killed. He says, as long as you keep the flame away from the tank and just cut the straps, if there's a cap or a rag in there, you'll be fine. And after I seen him do it, I go, okay, I can do that. And I did, you know. I did a lot of it too. No. What's Russ saying here? Please be careful. Be careful out on the highway, guys. I just learned that 20% of CDL drivers on the road are not qualified. Don't. Yeah, I know. Can't read or write English. I knew the percentage was high. And the fucking Democrats are pissing and moaning about it. You can't take away their livelihood. They can't fucking read. If you can't read, how could you drive a car? Or in this case, a truck. How did they pass their CDL test? You know, they obviously didn't give it to them in English. Now here in Florida, our governor signed a law not a couple of weeks ago, I think, or months ago, that requires you to be able to read, write, and understand English in order to qualify for a CDL. Well, duh. You know, I mean, why wasn't that the thing to begin with? You know, Russ says some scary shit. You betcha. Now I'm always leery when I'm around a truck anyway, and I'll tell you why. I gotta talk about this first. The petty bone is connected to the leg bone. I remember those. You never get under a hoist. No, you don't. You know, the petty bone is basically it's a massive forklift. That's what it was called, a petty bone. I loved that thing, man. I was good with it too. You know, I'd throw the cars around and shit, man. I had a blast with that thing, man. It sucked though changing the tire on. The tire stood about, I think they were 6 foot tall, and I got a flat, and my fucking boss was too cheap to buy a new tire. So he says, "You know how to boot a tire?" Fuck no, what are you talking about? You know, I was only 15 years old, right? So I was 17 at that point. And he goes, well, he said, we're going to take the tire off. And they had a split ring, all right? And I didn't know how dangerous they were. And he never said anything. But, you know, of course, the tire was flat. We took it off. Took 2 guys to roll it into the bay. You'd lay it down with the ring up. Then you had a couple of steel chocks and sledgehammers. You had to break the bead. Once you broke the bead, you could remove the split ring off. Then you take the tire out, and you took a piece of rubber and lit it on fire, used a torch to mate that piece of tire where the flat was. Because it had almost like an L-shaped slice in the tire. I ran over a motor mount, you know. And those tires were so old, they didn't have any really meat on it left on them. He said, you really should just buy new tires. You know what a tire for that thing costs? I said, yeah, but it's safer to do it that way, you know. He never did. So I booted the tire with his instruction and slid it back on the wheel, put the ring on. And the only thing he did is now flip the tire upside down, because if that ring flies off, you don't want it to hit you because, you know, it'll kill you. Okay. So the inflator was on the opposite side of the ring, you know, the valve. And we put it on there and just kind of step away from it until it was done. Turn the compressor off. Wait a few minutes. If nothing happened, we'd go there and pull the valve off, and the tire was safe, you know. Because if the ring was going to fly, it would fly pretty quickly. I really didn't know how dangerous they were. You're supposed to put them in a cage. We didn't have a cage. So, you know, that was the only part that sucked. And, of course, putting it back on wasn't no fun either. Split rims are the most dangerous. Oh, absolutely. So, anyway, getting back to the truckers. Yeah, I'm glad they outlawed them too, JD. And I won't go near one now. I mean, I'm older and smarter, you know, but when you're young, you think you can't die. And, you know, I did see a video years later, a mechanic in a tire shop. He didn't put one in a cage, and it was a truck tire, and had the ring facing up, and it came off, took his head off, killed him instantly. So, holy shit, you know. That's a mistake you don't come back from, unfortunately. So, Ray says that's been the law for friggin' years on CDLs, just the Dems didn't care. Now they're mad since the illegals are getting put back in their place. Well, you're absolutely right, but, you know. But, I mean, I said I was just told the story on my Wise Guy video, talking about the same thing. the trucks and the CDLs and shit. And I said, when my son came down to live with me, he was 18. And he had an Ohio driver's license, but he needed to get a Florida driver's license. So I took him to the DMV, and we're waiting in line. There was this Mexican woman in front of me. Didn't speak a lick of English, or at least pretended not to. So, back when you go there, they still do it today. She passed the test because, they gave it to her in Spanish. But she had to do the eye exam on the eye machine, and they're not in Spanish, they're in English. And you look in there and you got to read the letters. You go, no bueno, no bueno. It didn't work, right? So they're thinking, well, that's fucking odd. Well, there was 6 others out, 6 other machines on the, like a big half circle counters where you can, they could service several people at a time. So she got, every one of them were no bueno, they're all broken. So, it's like, well, dude, don't give her a fucking license, right? She starts screaming, and I heard some cuss words in there because I understand some Spanish. And, she was making such a commotion. There was nobody in there that could interpret. They even asked me, can you interpret? Hey, man, I ain't Spanish. I don't know nothing about it, So they gave her a license, even though she didn't pass the eye test. Now, was she blind? Possibly. Maybe she couldn't read English? Also possibly. Either way, she shouldn't have gotten a driver's license. So, dumbass me, I go up there and says, can you tell me what kind of vehicle she drives? Why do you want to know? I said, because when I see it, I'm getting the fuck out of her way. Well, sir, don't you think that's a little over the top? I said, she either can't see or can't read English. I don't want to be around her. Why the hell did you give her a license? Well, sir, it's not really your business. Hey, I drive on the same road she's going to be. It is my business. And they told me to get out of the play. I was removed. And they wouldn't give my son his license that day. I'd take my son another day when other people were there. But that's the kind of bullshit we had to deal with, If that had been me, I'd have said to the woman, look, no bueno? No license. Come back when you can read or have glasses or something. And I wouldn't give them a test in Spanish either. Once again, if you can't read street signs in English, and that's the only kind we have here, you shouldn't be driving. How hard is this to understand? Craziness. So I said our governor, he made it a law that in order to qualify for a CDL, you have to read, write, and understand English as a primary language. And, and you got to be legal. If you're here legally, you don't get one, period. And that includes regular driver's licenses. Matter of fact, Florida no longer recognizes California driver's licenses because they give licenses to illegals. So if you can't prove you're a citizen, you ain't driving. Right, so split runs were crazy work. Yeah, they were. They were dangerous as shit. Thank God they did away with them. Yeah, that's the same thing I was talking about. Florida just did pass law. It has to be done in English. And it should be. What the hell is a language in this country? The primary language is English. If you can't do shit in English, oh well, you're screwed. Learn English. No, you're correct. Like I said, this is part of the problems in this country. And of course, like you said, the Democrats don't really care as long as they got a voting base. Well, we know the illegals will vote Democrat because, we let them over here. We give them driver's licenses and free food and free rent and all this other shit. So they're going to vote for us all the time. If you got rid of the 50 million illegals in this country, and trust me, there are 50 million at least, the Democrats would never win anything because that's their primary voting base. Even Americans that belong here and speak English know enough not to vote for most of these idiots because, we see through it. But, if somebody promises you free shit, sure, I'll give you my vote. Ron DeSantis is an awesome sheriff. Well, he's not a sheriff, but he is awesome. I think he's going to run for president in 28. Because there's rumor has it that Trump might run third term, which legally he can, by the way. Once again, people don't understand common English. It does not say in the Constitution that you can't run more than 2 terms. You just can't run more than 2 consecutive terms. So you can run 4 years and 4 years. You have to sit out the third 4 years, but you can run again on the fourth 4-year term and again for the fifth 4-year term. They don't understand the word consecutive, apparently. You know, I understand it, and I'm not a genius, but go figure, right? So I would vote for DeSantis if Trump doesn't run. I may vote for him anyway because I don't know about Trump now. I mean, I'm still out. You know, I like Trump. I voted for him all 3 times, but I'm not sure that he's actually the right person. He's going back on a lot of his promises, sort of. This war with Iran, it might be a good thing, and then again, it might not be. We have to wait and see. I'll hold judgment until we get through it. All right, JD, thanks for coming in, man. Once again, have a safe and fun weekend, and don't do anything I wouldn't do, which leaves you wide open. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Oh, I know Sheriff was a joke, yeah, Ross, but and in a way he is. I mean, you know, I'll tell you what, if he ran for president and Judd Grady ran for vice president, that would be the dream ticket. And Grady Judd is the sheriff of Polk County, and this guy don't take no shit from nobody, you know, and he's funny. And I would vote for the both of them. I really would. You know, I would run. I mean, I probably wouldn't win, but I would run. The problem is, I'd probably be dead in the first 2 months. You know, because once again, you tell me I can't do something, fuck you, watch me. You know, and I would have all the evil people fucking eliminated one way or the other. And unfortunately, that'll get you killed. You know, and like you said, the problem right now with Iran is did Israel force Trump into going to Iran, or did Trump do this as a way to fix a potential problem? The jury's out yet. We don't know. If this turns into World War III, well, we may all be screwed. But if he solves it, and there's rumor out there that Iran is begging for the surrender because they're scared we'll annihilate them, which we could and would. But, you know, Trump is going to play hardball with them, too. He's like, no, I'm not done fucking with you yet, you know. And it's funny because, you know, I'm a big history buff, always was. And before 1979, Iran was a democratic state, you know. And we might have had something that fucked it up because, you know, we don't know who really assassinated the Shah of Iran, which was the equivalent of the president. But he was kind of a moderate, and, you know, women didn't have to cover up and all this other shit. They were a very progressive society. And then, you know, once the Shah was killed and the Khomeinis came in, it all went to shit. So, you know, and there's every president or dictator carries the name Khomeini because they have to be from a certain sect, which I think is a Shiite sect. And so, you know, everyone that's been a dictator has held the name Khomeini. So, you know, the best thing we could do is kill them all. And hopefully turn Iran back into a democratic country, you know. But I also don't think that we should spill our blood over there. You know, if the Israelites want to do it, that's fine. You want to sacrifice your sons and daughters? Have at it. I don't think we should. And we already lost 3 soldiers through friendly fire. But they don't say who was the friend that did this. Was it Israel that shot our planes down, or did we do it? Either way, it's not acceptable. But, you know, I think we should continue bombing the shit out of Iran until literally they give up with an unconditional surrender, you know. And the first part is, you know, you're going to return to a democratic country. No more Khomeinis. You know, we're tired of that shit. We're not going to put up with it. And I'm sure that I think that's what Trump's going to do. You know, not exactly what I would do. Of course, I have a different attitude. I'd say, you know, hey, look, you know, if you and Israel have a problem, you guys, you know, duke it out on your own. We'll sit back and watch. We're not getting in the middle of it. And we should have never gotten in the middle of any of that shit. But that's a whole nother deal. Tom says, I was told by an Air Force colonel that there were issues there in 74. I had a job offer for there with Grumman. I did not go to Iran because of that report. Well, I'm sure that's what was the start of it. I think you're probably right because, like I said, I think the religious sect, the Shiites, were probably trying to take control of the country even before the Shah was killed. You know, I don't remember a lot about that stuff. I was pretty young, you know, teenager at that point. Actually, let's see, 74, how old would I have been? I would have been like 15. So I didn't follow too much of it, but and a lot of it I knew basically from studying history. But you're probably right. Good thing you didn't go there because you might not have survived it. But as that Russ says, we deal with Iran now, or losing soldiers will be a moot point. That's probably true. But see, I have a different attitude. Yeah, I knew you met Grumman. My thing is this. I don't care if Iran has nukes. Okay? Everybody's got nukes. Russia's got nukes. We got nukes. Israel has nukes. Pakistan has nukes. India has nukes. Everybody's got nukes. You know? Having them and using them is two different things. It's like guns. If you want to own a gun, that's fine. As long as you don't use it to commit crimes with, I got no issue with you. If you do, if I'm there, I'm going to kill you. You know, it should be the same thing with nukes. Now, we don't know what Iran will do. I mean, some of them fuckers are nutcases, you know. I mean, if they tried to launch one at the U.S., we would probably shoot it down and then annihilate them, you know. I mean, in reality, that's probably what would happen. Are they dumb enough to do it? Well, who knows? But as far as them using it for peaceful purposes, now, I understand you can enrich uranium even for a nuclear power plant. If that's the case and that's all they wanted to do with it, that's fine. Or if they want to make a bomb or two, that's fine until you use it. If you use it or attempt to use it, then we're going to eliminate you. We'll turn your country into glass. But I don't think we have the authority to tell another country what kind of weaponry they're allowed to have. They're a free country. We have no control over them. And that's part of the problem in America and why we're hated all over the world, because we're throwing our weight over there telling, well, you can't have this and you can't have that, and you better use this money or else. Bullshit. We need to mind our own fucking business. You know? I'm the kind of guy that, as president, I would say, you know what? This is our country. As long as you don't fuck with us, we'll let you live. But if you screw with us, well, we'll nuke you out of existence. And I would mean it. And the first time they did, that'd be it. You know. But I don't think they would because, you know, it'd be a suicide run. But our presidents don't seem to have that mentality, you know. Oh, we're going to go in and we're going to control you and we're going to protect you. Fuck all that. We should be telling the rest of the world, do what the hell you want. As long as it don't affect us, we don't care. But the minute you screw with us, well, then we're going to annihilate you. That's what I used to tell my neighbors, you know. I had neighbors that used to do some stupid shit. I had one country couple that lived next door to me in Naples, and every weekend they'd get on a whiskey drunk, and anything glass would not make it through the weekend, you know. And I came out there the next morning, and there's a bunch of busted beer bottles in my driveway. So I went over. I said, You got 30 seconds to get your broom and dustpan and clean up my fucking driveway. I don't give a fuck what you do on your property, but when you bring it into mine, we're going to have a problem. Well, they did. They cleaned it up. And I said, dude, I'm not trying to give you any shit, but you got to keep your problems in your yard. I don't care what you do. You could kill each other for all I care, but don't fucking bring it in my property and we'll be fine. And once we got that understanding, it solved a whole bunch of problems. Did it stop the whiskey drinking or the glass breaking? No, but they kept it in their own property. and that's the way it should be, I know, Tom, they've been yelling death to America for far too long. And the reason they say that is because they think that we're afraid to do anything, And even Trump, when this first time he went around, he said, can I nuke somebody that threatens us? And oh, no, you can't do that. Then why do we have them if we can't use them? And I'm not so sure we actually do have any. I don't think anybody does. But I could be wrong on that. But regardless, if we do have them and somebody did fuck with us, we should have nuked them. Now, remember when 9/11 happened, even though that was an inside job, if you think 7 or 9, whatever, ragheads did that, I got a bridge in New York, I'll sell you real cheap. I think we did it. I think maybe the Israelis did it. If you follow the money on that, a shitload of money was made after those towers were knocked down. And it was owned, a Jewish guy bought it, I don't remember his name, and hyper-insured it for like $20 billion. Next thing you know, a few months later, a terrorist attack, knocks them down. Yeah, okay. Coincidence? Probably not. But the bottom line is, when Bush went to Congress and they told us, you find out who did this, you can nuke them. We're giving you consent. Because they thought maybe, one of the Arab countries did it. And they told Bush, you can go ahead and nuke one of them, You find out who did this, you could drop one right on their main city. And what did Bush do? Oh, I ain't going to do that. Why not? Well, because he was in on it, of course. But that's what should have happened. But because it didn't happen, well, of course, like I said, it was an inside job anyway. But if it had been a realistic attack, the correct response would have been, all right, you killed 3,000, we killed 3 million. And trust me, the first time we dropped a nuke on an Arab town or city, they like death. We'll show them what death is. They can't even imagine death on that level. We just wiped out 1 million people in a split second because we dropped a nuke on Mecca. And that's exactly where I drop it. You want to fuck with us? We'll turn Mecca into glass and everybody in it. But they don't think we'll do it because they think we're a bunch of pussies. And that's the problem. I guess in a way, I'm glad that Trump is not fucking around. We tried to come up with some sort of a peace plan for Iran, and they rejected it. So he says, all right, fine. And then he went ahead and bombed the shit out of them. And at least he showed balls there, and I got no problem with that. I said I'm against war, but even I realize that there's a time and a place for everything, including war, and this is one of those times. So, Spike Man says there's a lot of people with their heads in their ass. That's true, there is. Iranian leaders are crazy, Jim. They don't care about suicide, and they will level the earth to spite. Yeah, you're right. I believe that. I don't think any other country that has nukes will do that. Well, no, like I said, but I would give them the benefit of the doubt, sort of. Like I said, the first time you light one will be the last time you light anything. And the thing is, we have defense systems. I mean, it would be hard for us to say knock out 20 of them simultaneously, but we can easily knock out 1 or 2. And so can the Russians and probably the Chinese and even probably India. And India has been threatening to nuke Pakistan and vice versa. They say in the last 10 years or so, they've always been like 1 second to midnight on the clock. to nuke each other, but nobody's done it yet. And they're basically pissing and moaning about a small stretch of land that's between them. They can't decide who owns it. You willing to nuke yourselves out of existence over a fucking piece of dirt? Fucking have at it. So, but like I said, I'm not condemning Trump at all. If this turns into World War III, yeah, I'm going to be a little pissed because, it could mean the end for all of us. If it goes nuclear, it's not good, and I don't think anybody will really survive it, But then again, I don't think that Russia's going to throw everything they got at us. We're not going to throw everything we got at them because it's, mutual assured destruction. I think they'll throw one over. We'll throw one over and say, you know what? We're done. Let's find some peace here because, we just killed millions of people and fucking destroyed, the land that it hit on. And I've said that even when I was a kid in school, because they used to tell you, well, the Russians want to nuke us out of existence. No, that won't work. Why not? Because we'll nuke them out of existence and the resulting fallout will destroy the whole fucking planet. Everybody will be dead. It won't make any sense to be king of nothing, And, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, I know exactly what I'm talking about. What good is it to be king if all your servants are dead or subjects, You'll be king of nothing. Big deal. And how long will you live? Eventually, the poison will get to you too. It just doesn't make sense. And trust me, the Russians don't want to die any more than we do, or the Chinese, or anybody for that matter. And I'm not even 100% convinced. Now, the Shiites maybe, because like you said, they're whack jobs. They think it's an honor to die for Allah, because then they'll get their 72 sheep or whatever, 72 goat virgins. But I don't know. Like I said, I want peace. I think everybody wants peace. But sometimes peace through force. That's a real thing, Sometimes we have to wipe out our enemies so that they don't break the peace. I'm okay with that. Tom, yeah, I know. I went to Murphy's to get gas yesterday. Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I don't remember now, but I paid $2.85 at Murphy's, probably yesterday. Down on this end, $3.01. So I had to go up north anyway. So because Deb had another appointment with the eye doctor. That's just a little bit north of Murphy's. So on the way back, I filled up at Murphy's, and they say it's going to go up even higher now. So I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it kind of sucks because it was starting to get down there, and then this happens. $3.89 at my gas station. Tom, lowest it got this winter was $3.25. Well, shit, we're here at, It's like California. They were what, $6 for a bit there, and they might have got down to $5. Taxes. They do the same thing in Naples too, and they have always done it there. Every time the price goes down, they'll throw another nickel tax on. So, we got to raise, more road funds. Gas should have been like 50 cents a gallon down there years ago. They kept it at the very top of what they get away with, And unfortunately, we're dumb enough to buy it. That's true, Thomas. I don't want any more wars either. Surprise, they're all male virgins. No, I think they're goats. It's a stupid concept anyway, you think about it. All right, even if they did get 72 beautiful virgin women, they're only virgin one time around. How quick are you going to, deflower every one of them? And then what? Because you're supposed to have eternal life. Well, then what? If you had 100,000 virgins, you'd still run out of them before the end would come, because the end doesn't come. It's stupid. Somebody ought to beat them motherfuckers into submission is what they should do. But it's only the Shiites that are the Sunnis, and the other sects, not so much. And they said that the majority of Arabic people in Iran are Sunnis. Only a tiny percentage are Shiites. The Shiites are the radical ones. They're the ones who like to blow themselves up and shit because they're stupid. And I say, you know what? Let's go over there with a bunch of vets, find out where they are, round them up, put them in a big fucking field, force them to put the vest on, and then we push the button on them and blow them all up right then and there. That'll work, right? That's true, Russ. I mean, well, they're supposed to lower our electric bills here in Sebring. We have Duke Energy. And starting this month, which I haven't gotten a March bill yet, I won't get it till closer to the end of the month. It's supposed to be cheaper. We'll see. Of course, now with the gas going up, because some of them, there's a surcharge, and it's usually fuel, and the fuel could in fact be gas. So I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, gas will go back down once this is sorted out. And depending upon where you look, once again, there's a whole bunch of propaganda out there. Now, there's the Democrats are saying basically, well, they're the ones screaming because, we're killing their heroes. But they're saying, oh, Iran's retaliating. Iran's sinking American warships. Not true. Iran's doing this, and Iran is losing their asses. As far as I know, between us and the Israelis, we're kicking the shit out of Iran. We've destroyed their navy, destroyed their air force, and of course, there's also Kurdish people that are getting ready to invade the country, that on our side, American side, and they'll probably hunt down the Shiites and kill them. So, I mean, they're screwed over no matter what, And like you said, I saw a video the other day where the Iranian people, the Sunnis probably, were cheering after their Khomeini was killed. They don't like the guy, because it's so fucked up over there. If you look the wrong way, you'll either lose an arm or something, or be stoned to death, or executed one way or the other, because they're fucking nutcases. It's like if you renounce your religion in Iran or any of the Arab nations, that's punishable by death. So you say, I don't want to be a Muslim anymore. Off with your head. And they really do that, So it's crazy. Tom goes, I saw my Duke Energy bill for later this month. Doesn't look like the cut 40 off the bill. No? Yeah, they're probably fucking with us. I mean, my bills have been pretty decent lately. Well, I just paid last month. It was $220, but we used a lot of heat because of the cold weather. So hopefully, if we get some moderate temperatures, we haven't used the heat or the air conditioner in the bedroom for the last week or so. I still use the heat and air out here, well, mostly air conditioning, but if we can keep it off, Plus, we have my stepdaughter down, and they were using the AC in the second bedroom for a week. So yeah, I raised the bill a little bit. I'm hoping to get the bill under 200 again. We'll see. Let's see here. Was it CNN that showed fake AI bombings? Yeah. Well, one of them was using they said that the Iranians sunk the USS Lincoln. I think it was either a battleship or a carrier. I don't remember. And they did actually show it being sunk. Problem was, it was a video game. And I mean, somebody, it's not, this is a video game. And in the video game, that ship gets sunk. Okay, well, that makes sense. But, like, we just blew one of their subs out of the water. We sank their entire Navy. I think we've taken down 75% of their aircraft. They got nothing, man. They're screwed, Because fortunately, I think Trump, as well as probably Israel, they're not fucking around. There's no rules. You go in there, you kill everything that's bad. If you're the bad guy, you die. If you have a Navy ship, we sink it. If you have aircraft, we blow it out of the air. Before, past presidents, we go into places and we weren't doing what we needed to do, bombing mountainsides because we thought the terrorists were in caves and we hardly ever got the right ones. That was a waste of time and money. We'd spend $1 million on a bomb to basically blow up a mud hut. It doesn't make sense. Now here, we're working into a very advanced area. Iran is they're not backwards like Afghanistan or even Iraq. We're kicking their asses, and they know it, And trust me, they'll be begging for peace before you know it. And I don't think this so-called war is really going to last more than a couple of weeks, maybe a month at the outset. Because in a month's time, there won't be nothing left of it, Iran. It'll be gone, So we'll see. All right, Tom says, Jim, the USS Abraham Lincoln is an aircraft carrier and is well moving. Yeah, I know. They faked it through a video game. There's video game footage of it being sunk. But it was a lie. It's fine. I mean, they don't have the technology to sink our ships, Russ says, too bad FCC is a lefty department that coddles the lefty media. Mainstream media needs licenses. Well, this is another thing. You guys may not be aware of this. I wasn't until a few days ago. In 2013, I believe it was, or 2012, I don't remember. It was one of those years. Congress passed a law or wrote a bill, and it got passed, that allowed the government to lie to the American people. Prior to that, it was illegal for them to do that. Well, they basically created a propaganda arm to bullshit us, us Americans. And it's legal. And that needs to be repealed. I did not know this because I remember years and years ago, they weren't allowed, even the news wasn't allowed to lie either. If they lied to you, they could lose their license, be fined, and even in some cases, jailed. Well, now they're allowed to because, the government says, well, we're doing this to preserve the peace, It's bullshit. The government should never be allowed to lie to the people. They're supposed to answer to us, not lie to us. So we need to get that law repealed and make it so that they have to be honest. Because, let's face it, everything we read on the internet or watch on TV, most of it's lies. And they're lying about everything. I mean, there's stories out there that are so ridiculous. There was one story on MSN this morning. Said the farmers out in the Midwest are reporting on strange creatures destroying the crop. So what, we got an alien invasion now that's eating our food? Come on, really? It's bullshit. But they're getting away with it because there's no law that prevents them from lying to us. And all this shit's lies. And it really pisses me off. I don't believe anything. I don't either, What was the bill that I don't remember him? I should have wrote it down because I said it was kind of important. But it was written by Congress. The Senate approved it, and the president signed it. And I think Biden was the one. Was it Biden or no? It was probably Obama was the one who signed it into law. So, I'm pretty sure it was Obama, because when was Obama president? I don't remember what year, but it seems like that would be more likely. I should have. You could probably look it up. It's basically it's I don't know what you would call it. It's a propaganda law or something like that, a propaganda bill that allows the government to lie to the people. It ain't right, you know. That's true. Norms will believe anything. And it's very unfortunate because, you know, we're the ones, you know, you don't know what the hell is true anymore. And everything is so fucked up, especially with AI. I mean, AI is kind of cool in some ways, but it's also very dangerous, you know. For all we know, there's no war in Iran at all. How do we know the whole shit is in AI? I don't think it is. But how do you know? 2008, it might have been 2008. Honestly, Tom, I don't remember. You know, I read the story and then I put it away. I probably should have bookmarked it and followed up on it. Obama's built on lies, absolutely. He's in trouble right now too. I didn't read that story. But he supposedly confessed something to Congress, and he's in a world of shit. Of course, the Clintons are in a world of shit too, but I mean, they should all be swinging off the ropes, to be honest with you. You know, they're all guilty of treason as far as I'm concerned. But hey, what do I know, you know? But yeah, so there's too much shit going on in this country that I rest is 209 to 217 was Obama. Well, that could have been 213 now. Yeah, because he served 8 years. I'm pretty sure it was 2013 that this law was passed through. Because prior to that, it was illegal. The government wasn't allowed to lie to the American people. Of course, remember, the government wasn't allowed to spy on the American people either. Now they are. I mean, in a lot of ways, we kind of went, you know, almost full commie in America than some of the shit they're getting away with. I mean, I don't believe that the Clintons are untouchable. I think Trump will ultimately take them down. Now, it's funny because I was watching the hearings and the bill, he basically cleared Trump of any wrongdoing in Epstein's case. Now, Hillary, on the other hand, she's trying to take everybody down. But I think Bill was afraid and figured, you know, I don't know if Trump was involved. I don't believe he was. You know, if he was, then yes, he should hang too. But I just don't see him as into little kids, you know. I just don't. Clinton's absolutely. Obama absolutely, you know. But Trump, no. I just don't see it. And once again, there doesn't seem to be, if the Democrats had any proof that Trump was involved with Epstein, it would have been brought out long before he got elected. Because you know damn good well they would have used it. Jim, H.R. 4310, and asshole Obama signed it in silence. No one knew what. Oh, okay. That's it then. You're pretty quick on that, Tom. I said I knew it happened, but I didn't remember the specifics of it. Billy lied under oath about lying under oath. I know. And, you know, he was stupid. I mean, when all that shit went down, when, you know, he had sex with Monica, he should have just said, you know what? I'm a man. Look what I'm married to. I saw Monica. She was, you know, she was open to it. So, yeah, I did her. You know. All right, I fucked up. I won't do it again. But he should have just admitted to it. Nobody would have cared. But the fact that he lied about it and was caught dead to rights, that's what fucking destroyed him. You know, he was stupid. But then again, you know, that's the Clinton signature move, is lying about everything. So, you know, I say get the ropes out and be done with it, you know. Will it happen? Probably not. I'd like to see it, but I don't believe it will. Most guys like blowjob. Well, that's true. You know, he didn't do anything the rest of us haven't done. You know, I don't know anybody, to be honest with you, that hasn't gotten, a blowjob or went down on a woman. Well, I know a couple guys that wouldn't go down on women, but that's unusual. Yeah, Clint. I did not have sex with that woman. Well, who'd you have sex with then? Maybe she wasn't a woman. It was just like I said, it wasn't that big of a deal. I don't think anybody would have really cared if he'd have just come out and said, hey, I'm just a man, cut me some slack. It's not like anybody else didn't do it. Hell, Robert Kennedy, President Kennedy, he was fucking anything that walked. Him and his brothers while he was in office. They didn't care. People didn't have a problem. They knew he was doing it, but, hey, he's the president. He's doing a good job. We don't care who he sticks his dick in. John says, thanks for looking that up, Tom. Yeah, he was pretty quick on that, man. I should know better myself and write some of that shit down, but I generally don't. It's like goes in here, it's knowledge, but I don't figure I'm not going to do anything about it, so why know the specifics? But no, I should know the specifics. But I said it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not like he raped a kid. Now that I can understand he would lie about, and he should be executed anyway. But two grown adults, each consented to it. Who the fuck cares? Is it right? Not really. But it's not that big of a deal, I don't know. Like I said, I guess I look at things a little differently. And maybe there's some people that would have been pissed. But lying about it when they knew he did it, how does that absolve you of anything? Did he really think people would believe him? I'm pretty sure most people did, What I did know is he basically opened the door to oral sex, because the kids were, getting blowjobs going down on a woman because, it wasn't sex, according to Bill. You have sex with that girl? No, sir, I just ate her out, And that's all he accomplished. I mean, if anything, well, he might have been, might have accelerated that, but but I think that would happen regardless. But that's the only thing he actually accomplished. Is it sex? Of course it's sex. You don't have to have penetration for it to be sex. Derek says Bill changed it from Oval Office to Oral Office. Actually, orifice would be more appropriate. Oral office, orifice, that's a tongue twister, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. But he wasn't the first one to do it. Come on. Every president pretty much had mistresses. Even Washington had a concubine. All right? Fancy word for a mistress. Jefferson had several. Hell, he was screwing his slaves. The female ones. Apparently Washington was too, because how do you think they took the name of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and what? I mean, it's going to happen because they can. Right or wrong doesn't matter. The fact is it happens. I didn't like Quentin because, well, I just didn't like him. I didn't trust him. I don't care who he screwed. I think he should have been thrown out of office for other things. But, it is what it is. Yeah, good one, Derek. I don't know. Like I said, it's just, we're men. We're not perfect. And still, I'd rather have a man running the country than a woman. I don't give a shit, man. I don't trust women. I don't think they're capable of running a country. They're too emotional. They don't do things. They don't see and do things the same way we do. And trust me, if you think they'd be more peaceful than we are, What's that saying? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Could you imagine that? Some asshole over in the Middle East pisses off a female president over here. We're going to nuke that bastard. And she'd probably do it, even if it caused, worldwide destruction because women don't think. And the funny part is supposedly, I don't see it, but it could happen. Harris and AOC are going to run in 28. Harris for president, AOC for vice president. And if any of you fuckers vote for either one of them, I will personally shove my foot up your ass. Absolutely, man. I don't believe they'd win, but you never know. Could you imagine those two morons running the country? It would be bad. So, Of course, Newsom might run for president too. And same thing. Anybody votes for him, my foot's going up your ass. In theory, and in practice should be, a Democrat should never win another election. They've shown their true colors. They hate America. They hate Americans. They seem to love illegals in other countries. And I think we should do them a favor and send them packing to them other countries. We won't do it, but we should. Just my attitude, I guess. I don't know. That's why I like to be in my train shed playing with trains. No problems in here, no politics. I just come over here, I build shit, I fix things, I make it run. I get enjoyment out of it. Now, that's a good point, John, and I've said that too. That's why I don't believe they'll ever attack us. Why would China attack the consumers of their inferior garbage? That'd be like killing the goose that laid the golden egg. I've been saying that for a long time. Because if China's our enemy, they want to destroy us. Why would they destroy us when we're fucking basically lining their pockets? We buy more of their shit than anybody does. If we were gone, guess what? They'd lose a lot of money. Once again, I think that's just propaganda. We got to have an enemy. Tom says, Jim, the big problem is I am in fear that the Dems will cheat to no end to win. Oh, you're absolutely right. And I'm afraid of the same thing. But we should make it easy for them. The first thing we need, get rid of the illegals, voter ID for everyone. And we need to watch how these votes are counted. Remember, it isn't the people that vote that determine who wins, the people that count the votes that determine who wins. And we need to go back to non-electronic machines to do vote tabulation. We didn't have fancy machines 30, 40, 50 years ago. It was all hand counted. I know a lot of you older guys, I remember it. The first time I voted, they had the lever machine. Remember those? You couldn't even rig those things. They were pretty solid, pretty safe because they were mechanical. Votes were tallied up, and before midnight of that night, they knew who won. Now we got all these fancy machines that tabulate and everything, and it still takes 3, 4, sometimes weeks to figure out who won the election after election day. It's bullshit. That's another thing. Come midnight, whatever they've got tallied up, that's who wins. We need more time to rig the votes, so we can count them 2 or 3 times, and this way we'll guarantee you a win. That's bullshit. I think Trump's going to fix that because the Democrats are hell bent on winning the midterms. If they do that, Trump will become a lame duck. for the next 2 years. We can't have that. We got to retain Republican or at very least independent candidates that are going to go along with Trump. The Democrats going, they're going to spend the 2 years trying to impeach his ass. That's all they'll do. So in order to prevent them from winning the elections, he has to make sure we have voter ID, which I understand he's going to do, with or without congressional approval, and get rid of the illegals. And any illegal caught voting will probably be jailed and deported from the country to never come back again. And I'm okay with that. Well, that's true. Voting by paper really is the only way, as long as they don't use pencil. I worked at a truck stop when I was a kid, and we filled in our time cards with pencils. We weren't allowed to use pens. Didn't have a time clock, so we just had our cards, and when you came in, you wrote down the time. When you left, you wrote down the time. Well, we get our fucking checks, and they're like 4 or 5 hours short. You go, wait a minute. I worked more than that. No, you didn't. Yeah, I did. And they said, we saw the time card. I said, well, how do I know you didn't change them? Why would we do that? Why you make us use pencil? So I complained to corporate, and they put a stop to that shit. And then we started filling them out in pen. They couldn't be erased without, being obvious about it. So, that's what I'm saying. There's a million ways to cheat, and anybody caught cheating in the vote should be executed. No questions asked. Not 20 years down the road, the day after they get caught doing it. Oh, you cheated on the vote? Huh, you're getting a hanging rope. And we're building the gallows right now, And it should be that way. Johnson, supposedly 500,000 illegal voters have been deported. But 500,000 is not enough because there's literally 50 million illegals in this country. It's a start. We got to get rid of all of them. And the best way to do that is to shut off the money. No more free food. No more free housing. You can't get a job. You can't get a driver's license. You get sick, you can't go to the hospital. You want to get your kids in school, can't do it. They'll be forced to leave, And that's what we need to do. But why would they leave when we're giving them free money, free education, free hospital, free medical, and everything else? It's bullshit. And anybody who gives those things should be fined $100,000 and 5 years in prison. And trust me, nobody's going to want to do 5 years in prison to help out an illegal. But until we do that, nothing will change. Landmark yards, not enough yet. All of them have to be deported. That's true. They all have to be deported, every last one of them. If there's one illegal in this country, that's one too many. Hey, Tom, can I have your email? Yeah. He's still working on it. Yeah. That's true. I mean, of course, they're stepping on his dick every step of the way. These fucking activist judges, which should be removed from the bench, by the way. Oh, you can't get this, or you can't do it that way. You have to give them, what is it called? I can't think of the fucking term now. First off, they're not legal citizens. Oh, due process. How do they get due process? They're not citizens. The laws in this country were for Americans. If you're not an American, those laws don't apply to you. I was watching a video today, and they were talking about, Florida's really cracking down on illegals, and they really are. And they're telling these illegals, well, don't be fooled. They can't force you out of your house. They can't come in your house without a warrant. They can't. Bullshit. You're illegal. You have no fucking rights here. And they're going to do whatever they got to do, and I don't have a problem with it. Get them, arrest them, detain them, throw them the hell out of the country. Personally, if it was, like I said, I would do it a different way. I would have said, you know what? Here's the deal. You got 2 weeks to get out of America. If you're still here, we shoot you. We'll hunt you down and kill you, your wife, and your kids. Shit, and you'll be dead. We'll throw your corpses over the fence. I guarantee you, within 24 hours, every fucking one of them will be running for the border. We might have to take out a couple of them to prove it, but, it would work. Yeah, I'm still alive, James. So, all right, Tom, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. We'll see you next time, man. And don't do anything I wouldn't do, which, leaves you wide open. So, what time is that? It's almost 10 o'clock. We're going to have to knock off at 10. I know I'll be here all night and I ain't going to do it. So, yeah, it's just, I think we need to get tough with them. They're breaking the law. Yeah, I believe it's a felony to enter the United States, illegally. So, let's just throw them out, but let them go out on their own. They got here on their own. Why don't we help them to leave on their own? We won't have to spend the money to get them out. And this bullshit of flying them to their front door, where they came from. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd fly them to Mexico, land at the airport or some airstrip, and all right, get out, head south. We're not bringing you back to South America or wherever you came from, Middle East, whatever. We're not doing it. You found your way here, find your way back. And if you come back to the United States, we will shoot you. Very simple. The Democrats would have a hissy, but they're going to have a hissy anyway. Who cares? And they should be joining them. James says, Jim, I got 1,191 subscribers. Cool. You're doing good, James. I think I'm still at 514, if I remember correctly. No, 515 now. I got 515 subscribers. Will I ever break 600? Who the hell knows? Now, you're doing good, though. That's all that matters. So now that we've solved all the world problems, I forgot to. My stepdaughter got me this at the thrift store. And no, you don't eat them. You light them. And it does smell like waffles. It smells good, man. I had it lit the other day. It really put a nice aroma in the shed. I like to light it whenever I'm in here. Plus, I got the vanilla cashmere up there that I bought. So, hey, I like nice scents. Derek says $10,000 fine per day for any employee hiring illegal. No benefits, school, or medical care. Oh, absolutely. That's another way to do it, too. Like I said, there's a dozen ways to get them to leave on their own. They found their way here. Let's make them find their way back. I mean, I don't understand the problem. But, you're right. You got these fucking bleeding heart liberal Democrat dumbasses. Oh, they got rights. No, they don't. We have rights. The only right they got be thrown over the fence. Dead or alive. If you go anywhere else in the world and invade somebody's border, one or two things will happen. You'll either be jailed or executed. If you sneak into North Korea, they shoot you. If you sneak into Australia, they'll jail you. Now, England used to be that way, but they got stupid too. Now they actually, allow them to come in. Listen, we got enough of our own problems. We don't need to bring in more other problems. There's not enough work for Americans. Well, let's bring in 50 million illegals. What could go wrong? And we're just taking advantage of them anyway. They're basically slaves. They don't know it, but we do. Oh, well, we give these Mexicans $7 an hour. They'll think they're making big money, and we'll be, raking it in at their expense. We'll even get them to work, 15 hours a day. They'll think it's normal. And unfortunately, there's some truth to that. It needs to change. Well, I really do need a haircut. I'm going to have to get a haircut, I think, this week or next week, probably. Beard's growing back, though. No, I haven't shaved in 2 days, and this is what I got so far in 2 days. I just got to learn. I got to keep it trimmed. That's the trick. I let it get out of control, and then I look stupid. I really need to buy a new beard trimmer, though. The one I got's pretty wore out. And they got a real nice one out there, but it's kind of pricey. It's $119. What the hell is that? One company? Can't remember their name now, but it's a 2-piece razor set, beard and balls. One you do your beard with, the other one you do your balls with. Not too worried about the balls, but I'd like to get my beard straightened out. It's a really nice one, too. I'm going to try and get it at some point. Anyway, so it's almost 10 o'clock. I think we're going to wrap it up. So now you know my plans, which pretty much always the same anyway. But at least I've accomplished a few things. And that's good. I am trying. Like I said, hopefully either next week or the week after, trains will be running again. Because I don't have that much work to do. They said once I get the track on the drop arm and get the wiring hooked up, then I've got a piece of track I got to put down there on the second main line. Trains are ready to run. So that's all I really have to do to get them running, which isn't that much. Just a matter of me getting in here and getting on it. And like I said, hopefully we'll have Starlink tomorrow, I hope. I believe that they will be here anyway, because at least they made the first attempt through email. So the only problem I got, there's only one place on the property I could put it that's beneficial to me anyway. But there's a gutter back there, and I was just going to rip the gutter down, but a fucking thing is screwed into the building. Not nailed in, screwed in about every foot. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, I can't even get up on a ladder, and I have to clean it out anyway. So I thought I'd take my Sawzall and cut a section out, maybe fold it down, right? So they can at least, because they've got to put the mount right on the fascia. Well, I can't get up on the damn ladder and be safe enough to handle a Sawzall. So I'm going to see if I can get the guy to come down here to do the cutting, and I got everything he needs. Even if I got to pay him a little bit, I don't care. So we can get the dish up. Other than that, the only other way to hang it would be the roof mount, which I don't have, which I'm sure he'll have, but I'll have to pay for that too. So, it just depends. Like I said, I'll see what they want to do tomorrow. And if it's up and running tomorrow, well, I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow or not, but definitely Saturday I'll be live. And I'll let you know how it all went. So, until then, you guys have a good weekend. Be safe. Have fun playing with your trains, because that's what we all do anyway. And, yeah. Don't worry about all the bullshit. Just concentrate on the fun, man. The rest of the shit will sort itself out one way or the other. So until then, I'm going to run the outro, and, well, we'll see y'all next week, hopefully. Or sooner. So let's see, where is the outro anyway? Here we go. Let's see, I could turn the banner off. Go to media thing, and here's the outro.